Kia ora koutou. Welcome to day two of this meeting of the Dunedin City Council to consider our draft budgets for the annual plan 2022-23. As I indicated at the end of yesterday, in order to manage staff availability, there is a slight change to the batting order, and we'll be taking items 17, 18 and 19 in the infrastructure realm first this morning, and then going back and doing the property and housing papers subsequent to that. So item 17, which is on page 158 of your agenda, annual plan budget update 3 waters. Mr. Drew.
Morning.
Morning, there he is. Welcome. Anything you wanted to add by way of introduction, or are you taking the papers as read?
Nothing to add. I'll take the paper as read.
Fine. Questions? Councillors. Councillor O'Malley. You're on mute. First of the year.
First of the year. Unless I found the button clip. I am looking at the operations and maintenance. I also just want to, I have to confess, I'm still reading items, rereading item 17 when you were speaking. We are on item 17, correct?
We are, yes.
Yes, would hate to be doing that too. Looking at the operation and maintenance of the Tohono Wastewater treatment plant, and I asked the question yesterday about the sludge, and it says here again, capacity constraints at Green Island, but that's not what you answered me yesterday.
Well, there's both. There's capacity constraints at Green Island. The consent is due to expire, and we're working on the Smooth Hill project, a number of other things. So this is capacity and a sustainable sort of long-term use for our biosolids.
Okay, and then the maintenance costs have increased 2.3 million, and that accounts for 1.2 million. So there's still the other 3 items, the additional lime, maintenance cost and water treatment chemicals. That's where the rest of that money is?
Yeah, correct. So about half of it's in chemicals. So we're seeing increased cost of all chemicals across the board. And that looks to do with supply chain issues and increasing freight costs. And then the other half is increasing maintenance costs in a kind of constrained critical skills area with fitters and electricians, and also the supply of parts, pumps. All of those costs are increasing across the board.
Cool. I think it'd be illustrative if, when we go into the meeting later on in the year and do the final plan, if we can have those numbers along with that, because we've had this discussion about supply chain and other such things come up in other items, and I think the impact would be useful if we could get it. So can we have that when we get the next set of reports?
And
going down to attachment B on page 163, the BODS per kilogram isn't changing in the wastewater charges, but you're acknowledging an increase in costs with sludge.
Correct. We're still working through those numbers and hadn't have them completed in time for this report, so we may look to amend those in May, but we haven't had discussions with our suppliers. I didn't want to put anything out here without finishing off the calculations and having some discussions.
Mm-hmm. And then my other question is the other 2 waters. What's happening? I mean, the numbers are around what we're doing with wastewater, but are we basically completely on budget with drinking water and with stormwater and no variances?
Sorry, in fees and charges, or
no, just in the actual report.
Well, so the increased chemical costs are across wastewater and water supply.
Right.
Yeah, so there are increasing costs for maintenance and chemicals across the water, wastewater and stormwater sector.
And what about
predominantly the chemical supplies are in the drinking water and the wastewater treatment.
Yeah, I kind of hope they're not in the stormwater. What about capital programs with drinking water, especially, and foul water, sewer, wastewater?
Yeah, so the Three Waters capital program is progressing well. It's ahead of budget at the moment, so you'll see that in the next council meeting where there is a finance update. We're progressing well in the capital delivery of our renewals and our wastewater treatment plant upgrades. Renewals.
And are they affecting the budget?
Not the operations budget.
Okay.
To remind councillors, can I just remind councillors, we'll provide an updated capital budget in May once we understand the implications of the next couple of months in terms of how our delivery is going, and then that will inform the budget, how much we need to move between the relative years.
Okay, that's quite relevant. So thanks. I'll be looking for that in May. Okay, that's me. Thanks.
Councillor Elder.
In terms of our spend on Three Waters and the government's indication around Three Waters, our 10-year plan and our annual plan is about investing to the highest quality and doing the maintenance and infrastructure upgrades that is needed for Dunedin City. Is that right? Regardless of any investment from the government.
Correct.
And in terms of the long-term capital budget and spending on it and investment in it, where are we up to in regards to completing those projects on time and on budget?
So the capital budgets, we're discussing the operating budgets for the waters and capital budgets, as has been reminded, will report back to the meeting in
okay. Another question I have is just around the Three Waters and the investment in South Dunedin over the annual plan and the 10-year plan, and wondering where that is at.
That work program's progressing. There was an update to council by Mr. Rowe in December, so we have the new program manager that looks up to, has oversight over all of the projects within South Dunedin. So that program, or number of projects that sit in it, are progressing well.
Thank you.
Councillor Benson Pope.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a question following on Councillor O'Malley's question about CapEx reporting. Can we be sure, Mr. Drew, that the timing of the work in the campus, particularly Albany Street, will be reported at the meeting you referred to? I just want to make sure that we don't have another embarrassing delay to other work because the infrastructural work was delayed as it was last year.
Noted, Councillor. There'll be an update on the Albany Street work at the ISCOM committee through the Shaping Future Then Transport updates.
And can you tell us now, is it on time?
The business case for that project is just started early this year, so it's progressing to program.
Thank you.
Councillor Manvis.
Wondering if we can get some idea of what the staff timeline understanding is for the government takeover of our Three Waters system. Do you have dates and stages of the proposed takeover? Do you have that detail?
Not the detail, Councillor. There is a high-level transition program that talks about some work streams, and the date indicated by central government where Three Waters, Council Three Waters departments move into the proposed entities is the 1st of July 2024.
So is your assumption from that that we don't need to change anything prior to that date?
No, there's a significant program of work within the Three Waters team to manage all the new regulatory requirements. So we have a new regulator, there are amendments to the drinking water standards. So there is significant work going on for that new regulatory regime. And we are just trying to, as Councillor Alder pointed out, just make Dunedin City Council Three Waters best practice.
If I could just remind councillors, in the overarching report on paragraph 35, page 23 of your agenda, I signalled that we are waiting to get a little bit more certainty from government about funding and timelines, and that we will report on the Three Waters strategic work program in May. And so we are still waiting for some clarity around some of the details. So you can expect something at deliberations.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Councillor Reddick.
A couple of minor things. The 5A, there's a reduction in internal costs of 752k, but internal charges have decreased by 632k, shown in item paragraph 7. So have there been some other decreases in internal costs, or what are those other decreases in internal costs?
Yeah, correct, Councillor. There's sort of a number of ups and downs, and the internal disposal cost at Green Island is the largest. The next largest, which is mentioned in paragraph 7, is the increased and some increased costs around the Three Waters vehicle fleet.
Righto. Now, the sludge situation. 5B, additional lime, has reduced the volume of sludge for disposal. How does that work?
So the lime stabilises the sludge, and it means that we have other disposal options available to us. So it's less hazardous.
Wonderful. And there, as you have signalled, you're investigating a new method for sludge disposal. Will that increase or decrease costs, do you think?
We're unclear yet, so we've made some assumptions putting together this budget, but in time for May, we'll have a better understanding. The tender will be closed. We will, assess our options and have a better understanding of what the costs may or may not be.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. Understanding this is a report around the operating budgets, but for people affected by the public-private stormwater project, can I just check and clarify that in May we'll have some clarity, understanding of where that's up to at that time, Mr. Drew?
Sure, we can provide an update there, Councillor.
Thank you.
Councillor O'Malley. Oh, sorry, Councillor Wiley and then Councillor O'Malley.
Okay.
Oh,
I'm back. I just want to ask a clarifying question about Three Waters reform, because I'm hearing these questions come up, and I'm not sure everybody's got a complete understanding of the two-step process here. Is it correct that there are, in fact, two steps to Three Waters reform? The first is the establishment of the regulator and the increase in standards, which is having a direct impact, and I'm fairly sure we'll see in May a very direct impact or later on operating costs in Three Waters. Is that the first step?
Correct. Both quality regulation and economic regulation to sort of follow shortly after.
And that is in train already, that bill's already been passed, and so the regulator's already in place, and we have to already comply to those new regulations as they start to roll in. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then the second phase is, will there be, and the government signalled their intention, there will be a switch in the ownership, or at least the hands-on running of the programs and the infrastructure in the formation of the 4 water entities, but that is not part of the first phase. Is that correct?
No.
That's correct. Yeah, government have indicated their service delivery reforms, which would see Three Waters operations from councils move to 4 entities across New Zealand.
But until that happens, that's the first part of water reform still sits with us, and we have to start applying ourselves to that now.
Absolutely.
Right. Thank you.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Yes, this is also a question around that, and it may need to be answered in May, but I'm just wondering, so if all goes to plan for the Three Waters, does that mean that in July 2024, we then stop paying for infrastructure projects? Is that what happens? Or how do we, or we might not even know what, is it that we're not clear yet what will happen with the budgets? Because I know for the last, we're doing this year's annual budget, but for the next 10 years, we've allocated quite a lot of money for Three Waters and infrastructure, but I'm just wondering, there's no point us spending, and if this new entity is taking over, and how does that work? And
I'll answer that, Councillor. So the basis that we prepared the 10-year plan was following government guidance, was that you do your 10-year plan on the basis that you still have your assets and you plan accordingly. And so we have the investment in the 10-year plan is increasing because we know that that's what's required to maintain and to improve and renew our assets. And so, and that's what was signed off in the 10-year plan. As we get some clarity from government, there'll be further reports for council for us to then consider what we want to do. And that paper that I mentioned about the Three Waters work program will come to council for you to consider how you want to approach this next phase, depending on what the government indicates will happen, A, with the entity, and B, with potential funding options.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor O'Malley.
And to that point, point 8 says depreciation's gone up 3 million due to the latest asset revaluation. So I assume, will the asset revaluation be in that report as well?
So we'll update the depreciation. So the depreciation is a placeholder, and we'll update that when we get a better idea of A, where our capital program is for the current year and what it looks like for next year.
Not so much for May, but for the Three Waters update that'll come presumably between here and May.
So you need to understand the valuation we do is for accounting purposes. It's not a valuation of the assets vis-a-vis replacement cost or etc. It is just purely a depreciable replacement cost. That's the basis on which those values sit in our books. So it's quite different to a potential replacement cost.
Okay, but it's critical with us going forward to understand what number we're talking about when we are talking about this asset, specifically this asset set.
We'll get guidance, I'm sure, centrally about how that value will be able to be calculated.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Lord.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. Yeah, I just wanted to ask the question, Simon. There's been constant referral to the fact that the sludge is going to be treated externally. Can I just ask what is actually happening to the sludge? Is it just going to Nash and Ross, or are we shipping it out of the province, or what's happening with that?
At the moment, Councillor, most of it's processed. We have an incinerator at Tohono that burns some of it's digested. Any left or residual sludge is currently disposed of at Green Island. And we're currently in the market to look at options for how we could better reuse that biosolid. It's other places across New Zealand use it for beneficial purposes. So, for example, in Nelson, they apply it to a forestry block. It's used for landfill quarry remediation on the west coast. So we're just exploring some opportunities like those that might be a better way of using our sludge and putting it in Green Island.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Reddick.
Yes, just a couple of clarifications on top and attachment A. The rates revenue was markedly down, or 10% down on budget for the current year. And why was that? Can you hear me?
But where are you referring to? Sorry, Councillor.
It's page 162, attachment A. It might be a question for the CFO. But the rates revenue for Three Waters was down from the budget of 66 million down to actual revenue of 60 million. So it's a 10% reduction in the rates income for Three Waters Group.
So just so we're clear, that left column is the actuals for last year?
Yes.
Okay. The next column is the budget for the current year. And then we've got the budget for the next year. So what we're saying is that between 21 and 22, there was a 10% uplift, which lines up with the 9.8% that was approved by council for this year in terms of rates increase.
So there's not a decrease.
So there's no decrease.
Right. No, I was looking at the budget versus, I was looking at it as a budget versus actual for the same year.
Yeah, no, they're different years, councillor.
Okay.
So one's 21 and one's 22.
Okay, so in the 2021 year, there was 4.5 million of grants and subsidies, capital not budgeted for in the next year. Why did we get that grant? Was that Three Waters reform money?
That's stimulus money, councillor.
Stimulus money, great. And okay, that covers it. Thank you.
There are no further questions. Would someone like to move the recommendations or otherwise moved by Councillor O'Malley? Thank you. Is there a second to Councillor Raddick? Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Worship. Not really too much to say here. This is an exceptions only budget, so this is pretty much expected through here. But I am looking forward to the Three Waters report that will be coming soon, because we have a lot on the horizon. And I do remind councillors that we have 2 phases to Three Waters reform, and the first phase is in place right now. So we have to start spending in response to that. And I personally believe that you don't respond to something until you know it's actually there. So in terms of whether we should or should not anticipate the assets being taken or what the government's going to do, there's not enough information to go forward with any decision to that other than to carry on as if they were still with us until we know otherwise. Thanks very much.
I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Those against? That is agreed. Thank you. Item 18, annual plan budget update roading and footpaths on page 165. The cast remains the same. You're taking the paper as read, Mr. Drew. Welcome, Ms. Benson.
Well, just to apologise for a spelling mistake in the recommendations. It's not footpaths, it's just footpaths. We'll have that updated.
Thank you for your editing assistance. Questions of the paper? Councillor Raddick.
Yes, I note there's a reduction, or probably an expected reduction in the cost of electricity for the LEDs, and that's the change on the budget. But what is the expected reduction overall for all of the LEDs, sort of beginning to end? Because I imagine it's more than that, but I'd like to know. Thank you.
So we're still working through that, councillor, but yes, you're right, the LED streetlights have reduced electricity consumption.
But we don't have a total figure or a guesstimate even?
Not yet, no.
No, it's a New Zealand Inc. problem, so I haven't worked out how to quantify the savings between the high pressure sodiums and the LEDs. So it's being looked at through the industry.
Right, thank you.
Councillor Elder.
In terms of the disability and mobility impaired community, smooth footpaths and smooth transitions between footpaths and roads is critical to accessibility. And I was just wondering, in terms of the budget, whether in fact that is on target.
Whether what is on target?
Well, the improvements for that community.
So we continue to look at that as part of our renewals. So looking at when you renew something, can you do a drop curb? Can you do something that makes it more accessible? But also our safety team look at accessibility issues and plan for them in predominantly in a low cost, low risk budget.
Thank you for that.
Councillor O'Malley.
Just a quick commentary, a question on the revenue coming in externally linked to increased capital expenditure. So our programs are ramping up, is that correct?
Yes, you will see that that our expenditure coming in reflects the fact that the Peninsula Connection and George Street are ramping up, Councillor. Yeah.
Great, thanks.
Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you. Ms. Benson, do you have a budget anywhere here for operational maintenance on street trees, or is that all PARS?
We have a vegetation management budget, Councillor, for I think it's about the ordered works are about 1.4 million.
So is that for trimming back encroaching vegetation, or does that also include work to maintain or replace damaged street trees in suburban areas in particular?
It's more for encroachment of trees on footpaths and on roads.
Okay, and so there's no budget there's no allowance in your current operational budgets for that sort of maintenance, or indeed any capital expenditure on same. Thank you.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Worship. Ms. Benson, just following on from that question around dangerous trees, is there any increase in the budget for that, or do you feel you have enough? Is there enough resource there for dealing with those kinds of safety issues, which sometimes we don't know about initially?
I think, Councillor, to be fair, we do have enough, and we have taken efforts this year to look at where there are some risky trees and remove them as part of that budget, and we'll continue to do that. We did that on the Peninsula Road just recently.
I noted that, and that's good to hear you have enough resource. Thank you.
Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Benson. I'm noting what the streetscape looks like at the moment with the weeds and vegetation. Is there enough in the budget to maintain that contract and actually get on top of it? Because I still feel like we're chasing our tail on it.
I understand what you're saying. I think probably what we're seeing at the moment is the second growth. And we are working with our contracting partners to look at potentially phasing our vegetation management in a different way. But at this point, I do believe there's enough in the contract, Councillor.
Okay, thank you.
My understanding, Ms. Benson, is that there was some interruption to the program, to that particular work program through August in particular, given the alert level restrictions that we were in at that point, or am I mistaken?
No, that's correct. That has definitely contributed to being a little bit behind, but as I would reiterate, I think we really need to look at the phasing of our vegetation management.
Yeah, thanks. Councillor Lofiso.
Tēnā koe, Your Worship. Tēnā koe, Ms. Benson. This might be out of left field. I'm just wondering, does operations cover following up on complaints by residents for work done by contractors on street repairs and upgrades? Or does it come out of external?
No, yes, it does. That's
Thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Lord.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. I just want to go back to a question about street trees, and I've had complaints from Mosgiel residents in certain suburbs, some of the relatively new suburbs where there's been cherry blossoms and things planted, and the residents are living in those streets and the trees have been broken through wind damage or maybe vandalism. But then when people have complained, there's been pruners go through and it honestly looks like a drunk Edward Scissorhands has had a slash round on his way home. And I'm just wondering if there is any plan overall to completely rebuild and put more appropriate trees in some of these subdivisions, or is that beyond the scope of what council can afford to do? I'd be happy to take you around some of the streets and show you what I'm talking about.
So I think that would probably have to defer that question to Scott McLean and Parks, I think, Councillor.
So there are street trees growing on the side of the berms.
Yeah.
So they come under Parks, do they?
The maintenance of, correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Houlihan.
Yes, I'd have to add to that what Councillor Lord was saying, not the drunken scissorhand, but I've certainly had quite a few complaints about the vegetation around Mosgiel as well.
Are you adding a question, Councillor?
So my question is there a particular issue with Mosgiel? You know, are we a lot more behind in that area, or has the grass grown faster there, or what has happened that we're not on top of that?
It's a very broad question.
Very broad.
So I think Mosgiel and Middlemarch have a different growing pattern, Councillor Houlihan, than Dunedin, and I think the work that we do in vegetation management has to reflect that.
Thank you.
There are no further questions. Would someone like to move the amended resolutions or moved? Councillor O'Malley, thank you. Is there a seconder? Councillor Elder. Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Worship. I'm going to comment on this one and sort of relate it back to the Three Waters and the waste one as well, and that is that these budgets that we're seeing are extremely high level, and they're comforting to see that they are coming in on target. But I think you can tell by the questions that have come through that there is a level of detail that maybe the councillors would like to see in greater detail in these papers than we're getting. And I'm also conscious of the fact that we had a fair number of operational questions come through, and that the committee meetings are getting smaller and smaller in terms of their agenda. And I think going forward, for this process to work well in this phase of the budget, I'd like to see the committee meetings getting a little bit more specific again about some of the operational and capital expenditure that we're doing as it fits into our strategic objectives. Because I feel like the vegetation questions that are asked here, some of those, the ones that Councillor Benson Pope asked specifically, is a strategic question about whether or not we fund it and whether or not it sits as a funding item. And this particular set of information we have in front of us is a little bit lean, I guess, would be the answer. The question I would have, statement I would have in terms of our ability to understand exactly what we are and are not doing. It is comforting, and I do commend staff and the CEO on the fact that we are on budget, and in fact better than on budget in most places. But I would look to see a little bit more detail in these reports in the future. Thanks.
Councillor Elder.
I too support this budget, and it is actually a really, really important budget for our communities because it creates safe access, walking and pedestrian access around the city. And when it comes to health and well-being and accessibility for all, this budget is a really important one, and I'm glad to see that the investment of the city in this But again, some of the strategic goals of the city and policies related to this could be added into it, I think.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to carry on from what Councillor Elder said, I believe that for our community, it's those everyday items that affect them and they see are very visible to them that are often the ones that are responded to and commented on and affect people, be it a pothole in the road outside their house, or be it the surface of the footpath, or in fact vegetation that they can see as they're moving around the city, or street trees, and trees seem to have that effect. And I want to note two things that have taken time, but is we're on board with and we're doing, and I want to compliment the transport team. We did put money aside for dangerous trees, and we've seen evidence of that work being done. And I just note that in my memory, within the last 8 years, we used to have trees falling in any storms. There'd be large trees falling on the Peninsula Road. We don't have that anymore because our transport team have over the years worked away at that particular project and recently removed two. So thank you for that. And the other item I wanted to comment on, which is also on the theme of things that take time, is the LEDs and the work that was done by the last council around making really good decisions, taking our time to make the decisions to get it right. And now we have the impact of that in terms of the reduction in electricity for streetlights. And so I want to acknowledge that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Yes, I'll be supporting this as well. However, I do wonder whether we need more in the budget for this. I don't know. Ms. Benson has said we don't, but I am concerned that regularly there are comments online. I mean, some people like to complain all the time online, no matter what, but it usually comes with images of overgrown vegetation, dirty roads, and it's a continual thing. And I just think, you know, there comes a point where I think we need to take notice of some of that and say, well, what is happening? We need to get it fixed. And I just hope that things improve quite quickly. Thank you.
Councillor O'Malley.
I'm good, thanks, Your Worship.
Thank you. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Those against? That is agreed. Thank you. Item 19 of the Dunedin Urban Cycleways program, and Councillor Elder has indicated a willingness to move this in due course, but there will undoubtedly be questions up until we get to that point. And I have one, and it's around the timing of this, or the potential acceleration of the timing of this program. What has changed that has decoupled it from the upgrades to the Three Waters infrastructure, which we've always been told was the great obstacle to this work being undertaken?
So the Three Waters work is progressing with a dedicated project manager. We can combine the two elements and get them delivered together. There's still some work to do to confirm the final solution, but with securing some of the land around Burnside, we now have a better picture of how that final solution will end up.
Don't know if final solutions quite what you're looking for there, but I've got Councillor Elder and then Councillor Barker.
The difference between option 1 and option 2 is the link from Abbotsford to Mosgiel. And in terms of Waka Kotahi's interest to invest, Mosgiel has a population of 14,700. And would this indicate one of the reasons why Waka Kotahi is more interested in that business case? proposal.
Yeah, Waka Kotahi councillor have indicated to us that they would be more interested in the whole route because of the large amount of people commuting from the south. That being said, most of the benefits at the moment that we're seeing coming through are through commuters from Abbotsford, Green Island.
And again, in terms of the business case weighting, what is Waka Kotahi's appetite for the completion of the regional regional cycle trails and the national cycling network as part of that business case? What weighting would that be?
It doesn't have any monetary weighting in the business case, councillor, but it's definitely to close that gap from the Lawrence through to Waihola, Waihola through Mosgiel, Mosgiel through to Dunedin is favoured, but it has no monetary benefit in the business case.
In terms of the Shaping Dunedin Futures goals with Park and Ride in Burnside and Mosgiel and achieving those goals, have Waka Kotahi factored that into the business case?
So the business case predominantly has benefits, monetised benefits associated with health and tourism and carbon emissions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Remiss of me not to mention, and it's harder to tell in the audio-visual format, but Councillor Hall has withdrawn from this item. Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Worship. I had quite a number of challenges reading the report and picking out the 2011 Strategic Cycle Network, the 2013 Integrated Transport Strategy, and then the 2018 Dunedin Urban Cycleways Program. And I couldn't find those online, and I sent you an email earlier, Ms. Benson, to try and find the, oh my gosh, the Dunedin Strategic Cycle Network Implementation Plan. Has that become available?
Yes, sorry, yes, I do have that, councillor. I have that now.
Okay. See, in understanding if we're changing a decision that's been made around the current implementation plan is understanding the effects on that. So one of the disadvantages in both options was that gaps in the existing Dunedin City Cycleway network under the Arterials project will not be addressed. And I used to work at council back in 2011, and I remember some of the large challenges around actually not having a connected up cycleway. So my question is around the number of people that will benefit from option A, or sorry, either option. Who benefits? Sorry, the number of people that benefits from the Arterials project being completed, which is filling up all of the gaps. So then we have a connected arterial city cycleway project versus the number that will benefit from putting the tunnels trail project through.
So councillor, both the Arterials and the tunnels trail have had business cases completed on them, and there is a higher benefit for the tunnels trail. So
in an amount of quantum, I guess, because obviously you put a financial benefit on those. What is the quantum difference between the Arterials and the tunnels trail?
In terms of people using them, or?
Yeah, I guess so, because for me, having a disconnected cycleway with the Arterials is quite a negative to getting people on and around the city versus the amount of people coming on the tunnels trail. And I really want to understand where the benefits sit with that.
So I think I can't give you exact numbers for Arterials, but I can say that so when you go through a business case, you look at the health benefits of cycle paths, and the health benefits have come up higher, which translates into people, if you like, on the tunnels trail than they have on the Arterials. So that would suggest that more people would be using that.
Okay, yeah, I guess there's the health benefits versus the access benefits, which is about having that connected cycleway. And that's what I'm really struggling with, is we seem to be leaving our Arterials project behind, which is like filling in the gaps. And I just want to understand the relative importance of that, not necessarily for health benefits, but for accessibility benefits and the ability for cyclists to actually get around town. Because I know there's some important areas in there: George Banks Streets, Musselburgh, Silverton Streets, South Road. I see that's the Tunnels Trust one anyway, Forbury Road, etc. So I just couldn't get from the report what those disadvantages look like.
That's correct, Councillor. That's a consequence of this decision, I guess, that Council are considering today. What I would say is that there are networks that cyclists can use, existing roads, and how you might like to consider is at the moment there is no flat at grade route from Mosgiel through to Green Island and Abbotsford through to Dunedin. So it's, I guess, a little bit less accessible at the moment. And the existing cycleway network does need the gaps filled, and we can progress that work over time, but there are roads that cyclists can use to get onto the shared paths that do exist. Does that help?
So I think a little bit. I'm not a cyclist because I have a disability, so I can't cycle, so I don't understand a lot of how these bits fill together. My next question is around there's a goal in there to reach a 40% active mode by share by 2024, and I just wonder how because that's not very far away. I just wonder which option gives us the best bang for buck, I guess, in achieving the 40% goal. Like, where are we at now with the goal, and which option will give us the best achievement of 40%?
So at the moment, we about 87% of the people from Abbotsford, Fairfield, Green Island drive to work. And about 83% from the Mosgiel and Greater Mosgiel area drive to work. The Arterials, I would need to get back to you on, Councillor, but at the moment we only have like a 1% cycling uptake from between 1 and 4%. And people cycling to work in those areas.
So staff have recommended progressing the Tunnels Trail, Councillor, because we think that will deliver the most benefit, and that's what the business case is saying. But it's also important to acknowledge that progressing that mode choice is being delivered through a number of projects, including the Shaping Future in Dunedin project with cycleways in Albany Street, a safer route through Princess Street. So we're progressing those goals through a number of projects, not just the Teen Urban Cycleways program.
I guess I want to feel comfortable that the Arterials, the gaps in the Arterials routes, which have been identified as a disadvantage in both options, are not left behind, so to speak.
Understood.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship, and Morena, Ms Benson and Mr Drew. And Councillor Barker, I feel your pain. So I've got a couple of questions, but I've got a couple of questions that might help Councillor Barker. So either Ms Benson or Mr Drew, the question is basically, cycle behaviour do you think is extremely hard to quantify, particularly with inner city networks? The corollary being it's much easier to measure trail use.
Yeah, that's correct. It's easier to measure trail use, and it is a known problem, and we are trying to increase our cycleway counters across the network so we can get some better data on just that.
Yeah, and I guess, and again, trying to help Councillor Barker, isn't it the case, and I mean, I've looked at much of the research overseas, that whatever cycle work infrastructure you put in inner city areas, some cyclists will just simply not choose to use it.
Yeah, that's correct, councillor. Strong cyclists will take the most direct route.
Yeah, me being one of them. Okay, so going back to the report in front of us, and thank you to Councillor Elder, who has indicated she's going to move option 2, I believe, which I'm happy to second. And I'm probably repeating a question that has been asked already, but in terms of our 40% goal for mode shift under the integrated transport strategy, how important do you think that, forgetting the options, that we do progress the tunnels trails project in terms of us moving towards that 40% goal is?
So I would say, councillor, that it's the south of Dunedin is one of our largest travelling populations, and one of the populations that probably has the least amount of choice as well at the moment. So I would have thought that the uptake would be reasonably high. I will say that we haven't had recent research on the impact that e-bikes is having on what the optimum cycle time is. So at the moment, research says that 6 kilometres is the optimum time that people like to cycle to work. But as I say, the research has fallen behind e-bike uptake, so we may find that it's longer.
Yep, no argument there. And I'm going to ask a question I think I know the answer to already, but I'm going to ask it, and I have many times before, around the Waka Kotahi funding subsidy. And I guess it's well laid out in paragraph 38. If we were of a mind to go for option 2, what are the levels of guarantee of getting that subsidy, if any?
Sorry, councillor. That Waka Kotahi would contribute at 51% normal funding assistance rate.
So that's a given.
Yeah.
Oh, not a given.
But yeah.
Staff
hence the question.
Believe the likelihood is good.
You know,
there's no guarantees.
Definite to a scale. Okay, that's great, and that gives me confidence. Thank you,
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, I was interested in that too, because golly, that's come down since the 55% a few years ago. It comes down, is it not a percent a year, the subsidy?
It drops down 1% a year, yeah.
Yeah. And talking about the cycleways and their use, there was a question around those confident cyclists. Is it true that those who are less confident as cyclists, then if they're uncertain about the route, there are safety issues in terms of them choosing possibly unsafe crossings? Is that correct?
Yeah, research would suggest that is correct, councillor.
So certainty around route is important. This one's for Mr. Logie. The impact of an extra 11.4 million on the rates, Mr. Logie, would be what?
So first of all, just to clarify, the 11 million is the total cost of the additional spend on the project. If NZTA were to fund their 51%, then that would reduce our share down to 5.4. And then it'll just come down to whether we elected to fund that via rates or debt, or a combination of the two.
So the likely range of an increase to the rates?
I wouldn't like to guess.
Right, okay, thank you for that. And final question is on the arterials. I found it a bit bizarre that, given that's around everyday safety, a lot of those streets, that Waka Kotahi assessed it as a lower priority. I didn't hear the word safety used when you were talking about the benefits, Ms. Benson. Do you want to could you comment on that?
So the tunnels trail, given the fact that we do pick up 2 of the arterials routes that link it either side, the Mosgiel side and the Dunedin side, has the potential impact or the potential benefit to deliver more more folk on a connected cycleway through to the CBD, given the fact that, you know, of the travelling population, which is, you know, last census was about 10,000 people a day, 65 to 70% of them are going to the CBD. So it's giving people a very direct route.
So health and safety benefits there
Yeah.
versus health and safety benefits to fewer in the arterial project. Fair enough. Thank you very much.
Councillor Reddick.
Yes, I am curious about the Wakakatahi involvement in the Tunnels Trail project, and I'm wondering about when the detailed business case was discussed with them, did they raise the topic of school pupils from using that Tunnels Trail to go to Kaikoura Valley College, Taieri College, or perhaps even Kings and Queens, and that contributing significantly to mode shift?
Yes, a lot of the benefit is from, as I said to Councillor Elder, is around that kind of Green Island area. For a lot of the benefit is for school kids, most definitely.
Yes, because parents, of course, take their kids to school a lot nowadays, so that would be quite significant in terms of, that would also be significant in terms of emissions reduction, is that right?
That's correct, yeah.
And similarly, the reduction in use of State Highway 1 to transit between Mosgiel and Dunedin and vice versa, if there was a significant mode shift there, that also would make quite a reduction in emissions. Is that
Yes,
true?
that's correct, Councillor, and that is a monetised benefit in the business case.
Right, and so the third significant, I suppose, source of emissions reduction with this Tunnels Trail project would be in recreational cyclists using it on the weekend. And I, for one, have been quite, very impressed and actually amazed at the number of people using the Dunstan Trail along the other side of Lake Dunstan, partly or possibly largely because of the novelty of riding across those suspended bridges.
Could you bring the question to a head, Councillor?
Yes. Was the fact that the Tunnels Trail involves a couple of tunnels, did that appear to have, because we know data yet, but does that appear to be a significant factor in attracting recreational cyclists to use that track on the weekends rather than going for a Sunday drive, thus contributing to emissions reduction?
So that you're absolutely correct. It is, we actually have calculated those benefits, although you can't claim them through the business case. We have calculated those benefits of being about 20 million, called wider economic benefits associated with tourism.
Given that there's all of those benefits, would it be possible to apply to Wakakatahi for an increased level of funding over the 51%?
I don't think so, Councillor. I'll be honest with you. Wider economic benefits are not widely calculated into business cases across Aotearoa.
And does the mode shift from a State Highway 1, does that not assist with claiming a higher percentage of subsidy from Wakakatahi?
No, the subsidy is set.
Right. Thank you. Now, also in these arterials, there's two sets of arterials. Do you think that the two arterials mentioned that tie in with the Tunnels Trail are critical to the success thereof?
So I think I do. I think they create an entire route. So with the idea being that once you've come over onto the Dunedin side, the South Road arterial is then linking into Princes Street, that then links into the work that we're doing as part of shaping future Dunedin transport and getting a cycleway along there with as I said, 65 to 70% of all people who are leaving the south of Dunedin coming into the CBD. Okay,
so in terms of the harbour arterial, it looks to me on the map shown on page 186, the map on page 185, which is existing trails, there's already a connection between Portobello and Port Chalmers around Friat Street, so that either side of the harbour, the two sides down the track of the harbour, the track down either side of the harbour is connected through Friat Street. Have I got that right?
Not quite, and not quite yet.
The map that's shown suggests that this harbour connection is going to connect it more to the city than to the two sides of the track. Which is it? Where does exactly that harbour connection funding put tracks?
I think it does both, councillor. It creates a better, safer connection to the peninsula and to the cycleway that goes along State Highway 88, but it also connects people into the city across St Andrew Street level crossing.
Right. So is it, but that track is not essential to the tunnels trail, of course. Or is that harbour connection essential to the tunnels trail?
No, the linkages to the tunnels trail are the two arterials in the paper, and the work along Princess Street as part of shaping future Dunedin transport.
Just a reminder, councillor, we're considering the budget for the urban cycleways program, of which the tunnels project is one part of that, and the arterials project is another part of that. It's a broader discussion than the tunnels connection.
Yes, but the harbour connection at 3.5 million is also part of that, and it's very much a case in point, because that's included in the budget increase of 3.5 over and above the tunnels trail for option 2.
Yeah, correct. Yes, that's a committed project through St Andrew Street car park. It creates a more direct, separated cycle link around the harbour. At the moment, there is a painted cycleway on the roads around the industrial area where there's quite a bit heavy traffic. So this is a more direct, safer, separated link to connect the State Highway 88 cycleway with the Peninsula Connection cycleway.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Stones.
Thank you, Worship. Just to refresh me, in the park and ride facilities that we are planning, we're including secure parking facilities for bicycles?
Yes.
So by doing the tunnels trail, for those people who are a bit nervous of driving in significant traffic or along painted white line cycleways, they'd have the option of riding from Mosgiel as far as Green Island, I guess, and then catching the bus from there and having their bike secure.
That would be great, yes.
So in doing that, we offer an opportunity to quite a large population that can't cycle to work unless they happen to be supermen, by doing the tunnels trail ahead of the linking of the arterials.
Yes, that all links into one another, and as I say again, links into the Princess Street work.
That's right, councillor. That's a lot of the thinking here about having an integrated transport network where you can go from walking to cycling to driving to busing, and that we consider the system holistically and give people choices all along the system.
Well, I'll indicate that should the proposed motion that for option 2 fails, I'll move option 1.
Thank you, Councillor O'Malley.
Your Worship, when we're looking at the current, what we're considering here now, and on the tunnels project, it's effectively stopping if you're coming in from Mosgiel towards Abbotsford, somewhere short of Burnside, right?
Correct.
And to complete that, you the rest of the journey, you have to go through the Caversham Tunnel. And I'm circling into that to circle back to His Worship's original question about the Three Waters infrastructure spend and on sewer. Am I correct in saying that the Caversham Tunnel section of it is dependent on the Kaikoura Valley upgrade system to be finished and the sewer pipe removed from that tunnel?
It might be, and so the final solution has been confirmed that the flow is split in two directions. So we haven't landed on the final outcome, but we are getting much closer to it.
I guess what I'm getting at then is, up until recently, the message or the statement that the councillors have been working off of is that Caversham Tunnel won't be open for cyclists until the sewer pipe is removed. Is that view changing now?
It could be that we have a sealed system through there. At the moment, it's an open system with manholes that surcharge in wet weather events. It is possible, and one of the options that is still being considered as a pressurised sewer system, to have some of the flow continue through that tunnel.
The relevance of my question is a timing question, and in terms of 10-year plans, because if you can resolve it, then we are not stuck finishing the cycleways through the Caversham Tunnel until the Kaikoura Valley program is over. But if you can't solve it, then we can't go beyond Kaikoura Valley Road until that's fixed, right?
That's correct.
Okay, because I guess my question as it relates to option 2 is whether we have to do it in this funding cycle, in this 10-year plan, or whether we would address it in the next 10-year plan, given that according to the report, we are funded out to 26-27 at the moment, unless we put more money in. Is that correct?
That's correct. So the South Dunedin work program is aligned to the Cycleways program.
Okay, and then my other question is, I don't think they are very affected because it's only one section, but to what extent is the hospital rebuild in George Street affecting any of this city arterial stuff? It's not very much, is it?
No.
Okay. Thanks.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Following on from that, Mr. Drew, do we have a time frame for when that Kaikoura Valley work will be completed, if that was an issue for holding any of that up?
No, the detail off the top of my head.
No idea, did you say?
No, sorry, not. I'd only be guessing.
Okay, no, that's fine. And is it likely, given that project will be dealt with by Three Waters, by their new entity? If the new entity even goes ahead, but if it does.
But if the new entity goes ahead and the Dunedin City Council hasn't delivered it by 1 July 2024, then all work programs will then move into the new entity. Okay.
Does that create any complications with, obviously we're trying to build a world-leading cycle tunnel, cycleway with sort of, there's a crossover there of contractors and workers. Do you see any complications with that? If another entity like is running it?
It's our expectation, if we have robust, well-considered investment plans, that the new entities will continue to deliver on them. But there is always a risk. Our focus at the moment is just to make sure we have robust, well-considered investment plans so that the investments are to increase the likelihood of a new entity, if that was to happen, progressing our work programs.
Yep, thank you. Can I ask, so have we got any figures on, I think it's fair to say that Mosgiel to Dunedin is one of our biggest carbon emitters for traffic coming in and out of town at those peak times. Is that fair to say?
So yes, Councillor, as I said, in the 2018 census, we had 10,000 people a day commuting in from those suburbs, and between 84 and 87% of them are in a vehicle.
Do we have any idea how many of those people that come in a vehicle would mode shift to a bike?
So at the moment, again, saying that the optimum cycle time is 6 kilometres, we're estimating about a 7% mode shift. But I would predicate that with my comment about we don't know what the ideal cycle time is for e-bikes, because we've been caught up in terms of the research.
Yes, but I would add to that it'd be fair to say, would it not, that if we finally get this tunnel going with a cycle trail from Mosgiel to Dunedin, that it's not just going to be appealing for commuters. It could be a world-class tourist attraction, couldn't it, with the tunnels?
Do you have any questions, Councillor, that aren't rhetorical?
Well, I thought that would be quite good to have that confirmed, that was I mean, as far as, you know, worldwide, internationally, it's quite special with the tunnels, I think, isn't it? That's the big attraction with this, that it could be really quite is that what the indication we're getting?
Yeah, so we did calculate that there would be $20 million worth of benefit in tourism, and I think your point is right, Councillor, because that was not displaced tourism, that was new tourism.
Exactly. And the further we go along, so at the moment this is looking at Mosgiel, but it is the hope that one day we could connect up to the rail trail, the Central Otago Rail Trail.
That would be a decision for council.
Well, lovely, thank you. There's a job for you, Rachel.
Councillor Elder.
Unmute, sorry. In terms of gaps in the network, there is a significant population south of the Caversham Tunnel, which is 23,562 people, and very little investment to enable them to have a safe, accessible way to get into town. Would you say there is a big gap in the network?
At the moment, yes, Councillor, I would say that's a gap in the network.
That's pretty much my question.
Thank you, Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship, and thank you to fellow councillors for some searching questions. And Councillor Radich, happy to go cycling with you at any time to show you some of the areas you don't know, as long as you don't wear lycra. Two questions I have, and probably one will stitch together perhaps what Councillor Houlihan was trying to ask. In terms of, and I mean, everything we do is political, but in terms of the political and operational saleability of anything to do with cycling, would you not argue that it's much easier in essence to sell trails as opposed to inner city cycleways?
Councillor, I don't think the politics of our investment decisions are a question you can ask
the word
staff.
operational, but I'll yeah. So we're not going to answer that, but I think we know the answer. Secondly, and nobody's mentioned I guess the sterling work for many years of the Tunnels Trails Trust, and I'm just sort of I'm interested to know, getting to this point, how integral has it been working with that group? Has it been beneficial, or has it been detrimental?
No, it's been really, really beneficial. So we've been working really hard with the trust. They've been great. They're considered we consider one another partners in this work. So no, that it has been really, really, really great.
Okay, that's really encouraging to hear. Thank you.
Councillor O'Malley.
Timing issue I have around the National Land Transport Plan and money allocated by Waka Kotahi to the arterial projects. Is there money allocated right now in the current 3-year budget from the NLTP to those arterial projects?
There is, councillor, but it doesn't rate as highly as the money allocated for the tunnels trail. And notwithstanding, we'd probably, given the fact that we're going to go into another NLTP in another 2.5 years, we'd have to redo the tunnels trail. But yes, there is in there, but it doesn't score as highly as the tunnels trail.
My question really is around risk. If we go for option 1 and option 2, do we risk that to, I think it's 2 million, do we risk it?
I think in the paper that one of the benefits is the risk of Waka Kotahi funding for option 1, yes.
But were that funding not to be forthcoming for whatever reason, this would be brought back to council to consider whether it A, proceeded, or B, stumped up the money ourselves.
That's correct.
Cool. I'm conscious of the fact we've gone through the NLTP and just want to make sure that we're not doing anything here today that influences that timing. I mean, I'm completely supportive of the trails, of the tunnels. I just want to make sure we're not affecting the urban way. And I wonder if the way we do it, if we consider the funding of, can we consider the funding of the completion of the tunnels trail in a way that doesn't jeopardize any money that's already potentially earmarked by Waka Kotahi for other cycleway work in the city?
We can have those conversations. Ultimately, Waka Kotahi will work through their process to prioritise where their money is invested. I would just highlight that the Peninsula Connection project has been a project that's endured over a number of NLTPs, so there is precedent for carrying projects through NLTPs.
Great. And then I guess the other one is the strategic cycle network work that was done. It's getting fairly old now, is that correct? In terms of what the objectives were at the time versus what the objectives are now?
That is correct, councillor, and it is due for a refresh.
So to some extent, we're looking at this item because there has become a change in our priorities over the years since that strategy was written that now they're not aligned very well.
That's correct, and I think we have it in our work program for the beginning of next financial year to refresh that.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Now, this might be a similar question, but my understanding is that this project was actually awarded about 11 million quite a while ago. Is that fair to say?
Oh, councillor, could you repeat that question?
My understanding is that the tunnels project was awarded about 11 million quite a while ago. Is that fair to say?
I don't know. So what happened was the Dunedin Urban Cycleways budget was put in the 10-year plan, and there was an allocation of a number for the tunnels trail, just an allocation in the 10-year plan.
And so what held that up? You know, what meant that didn't come to fruition?
A busy work program, I guess, and so the tunnels trail business case has taken about a year to complete, so it's been quite a complex route. So it's been a long digestion period, and previous to that, the focus of the Dunedin Urban Cycleways program was Peninsula Connection, Harbour Arterials, some of the cycleways in South Dunedin. So it just it's now got to a point in the program where the detailed planning has been done so that we can have this conversation for councillors to consider.
Right, thank you. Yes, I know.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you again. I'll try and be brief. it goes back to Councillor O'Malley's question around this strategic cycle network and stuff that we've done and being really outdated now and old. So the question, I guess, to both of you is that work obviously would have been done back in 2011 in the context of literally nobody sitting atop an electric bike. And I mean, you'll agree they've been an absolute game changer. So would that be correct?
Yeah, that would be correct. I think, as I mentioned earlier, that it seems that everyone is kind of racing to catch up with the uptake in e-bikes to figure out how that's changed the environment that we're in.
Yeah, it's absolutely changed it. Thank you.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Worship. I just want to unpick the 20 million economic benefit from tourism. What period is that benefit over?
That would be over the benefit of the build time, which would be about 3.5 years. Because
that was that was the tourism benefit that it said. It said $20 million of the benefit to tourism, and I just wanted to understand what period that was over.
That would be over a period of about 3.5 years.
Okay. So my other question is around paragraph 20 on page 173, and it talks about the Tunnels Trail would facilitate connection to the regional cycle network via the Heartland Ride between Dunedin and Waihola. And I've looked up the Heartland Ride and I can't find any information about it. Is this a proposed trail or is it an actual trail that's in existence now?
To be fair, Councillor, it's not all that widely advertised. So essentially what it is a wayfinding route that actually takes local roads down to Waihola. So it's basically signage.
And it's really new, Councillor. So I also note that it's not been updated on the website for the rest of the Heartland rides. So I presume that will come in time.
Okay, and does that Waihola, does it connect to anything else? It says here that it will provide links to the Clutha Gold Trail. So does the Clutha Gold Trail go to Waihola? Do any other trails go to Waihola?
Yeah, so the Waihola, and Councillor Elder will correct me if I've got this wrong, but I think Waihola connects to Lawrence, and then you have the Roxburgh connection, and then that's through to Alexandra, and then you're on the Central Otago Rail Trail.
So this could provide a connection through from the Central Otago Rail Trail through to Dunedin? Is it like a missing link?
Yes, it could.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. It's 10:30 or thereabouts. I'm going to move that we adjourn the meeting for 15 minutes, seconded Councillor Walker, and then return for the substantive debate. All those in favour? Those against? That is agreed. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome back. I'm waiting for Mr. Drew, who has a point of clarification to make, I understand.
That's correct, Your Worship. I have mistakenly reported the wider economic benefits from tourism over a 3.5-year period. They are indeed over a 40-year investment period, but I would like to reiterate that wider economic benefits are not considered in the NZTA business case, so they don't have any impact on the current BCR as it stands without those tourism benefits.
That's helpful. Thank you. Appreciate that. So it's been moved by Councillor Elder and seconded by Councillor Walker. Councillor Elder. Your passionate address has been stifled by the mute button.
Sorry about that. Can you hear me now?
Sure can. Go for it.
In talking to why I support this motion, I would say that with two very steep and intimidating hills and very little cycle infrastructure, the route from Mosgiel to Dunedin is both too hard and too unsafe for most people to traverse. The DCC and Waka Kotahi are committed to creating safe and accessible transport modes and choices for both cyclists and walkers in their 10-year plan and as part of their policies. We've seen 30 million investment in the shared path to Port Chalmers for a population of 4,734. The Peninsula shared path with a cost of 64 million for a catchment of 3,579 people. And these have been great investments. But the catchment south of the Caversham Tunnel is 23,562 people. And the vehicle transit on the Highway 1 from the south is 15,400 a day and growing. In terms of creating safe, accessible shared paths, the tunnel's trail from Mosgiel to Dunedin at 23 million is easily the best investment in shared paths this city could ever make. However, with a population of 14,700 and a direct connection to the regional cycle trails through the Heartland ride to meet the Clutha Gold, which finishes at Waihola in 2023, we will not only be letting the people of Mosgiel down, but we will be missing out on the recreational, lifestyle and tourism benefits and economic benefits that this low carbon form of travel and tourism will create. In talking to Sophie's question about the economic benefits of cycle trails, the Dunstan Trail will have in the first year of operation 100,000 people past its centre counter on the trail. And many people don't go past the centre counter, and they're actually saying in the first year of operation it will achieve between 10 and 12 million economic benefit for Cromwell and Clyde. The Alps to Ocean, which is 300 k's from Mount Cook to Oamaru, the feasibility study on that shows it actually has an economic benefit to the whole region of 27 million, and that is growing year on year. With the Cromwell and the Dunstan Lake and the Roxburgh Trail, I was talking to Stephen Jeffers, who is saying that that trail will reach Queenstown in the next 5 years, which gives a low carbon tourism opportunity similar to the Alps to Ocean, which is gaining 27 million per year. So on every level, this is a really good investment. But the most important thing is that it achieves our it achieves a high degree in our carbon neutral, our mode shift, and our shaping the future Dunedin goals. So that is why I will be supporting option 2, because in fact, in the end, we are going to have to invest in getting to Mosgiel from Abbotsford anyway, and this just delays that. So that's why I support option 2 for investment in of 11 million extra in the Tunnels Trail.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship, and thank you to the mover. I was happy to second this motion for the reason that if we do want a truly integrated cycle network across the city and to fulfill our obligations as set out in the 213 integrated transport strategy, the Tunnels Trails project for me from Mosgiel to Dunedin is actually a vital missing link. My history in cycle advocacy in this city is well known, and I definitely know how to do patience. So my heart goes out to the Tunnels Trails Trust for their immense patience over the years. And when I say I'm into cycling advocacy, that does not for one moment mean I am anti-car. It does not equal that. It just means I agree in offering up alternatives for others who want to take up those opportunities when they're available. You want to keep using your car? I ain't going to be the one to stop you doing it. But I would urge those people who don't want to get out of the car that you should actually be supporting methodologies by which your commute and hassles around perceived parking problems are made far less by supporting the goal to get alternatives and make those opportunities available for those who need them. That said, things have certainly moved on since I started cycling in Dunedin 20 years ago. The increase in cycling, primarily due to woeful infrastructure, was poor for a long time. But the shift in the past, I'd say probably 1 to 3 years, has been quite exceptional, partly due to better infrastructure, but also due to the ever-increasing uptake in electric bike usage and actually biker confidence. In seeing many other bikers in situ, whether that's in our town or things like the Dunstan Trail, which when I did recently was just phenomenal. And I say this because there's been 1 or 2 around the table, particularly one actually, who over the years has suggested that biking is somehow a fad, or whatever we do, nobody will ever cycle in Dunedin, etc., etc. But that argument simply doesn't stack up anymore. The evidence is out there on the streets, on the peninsula and the West Harbour cycleways, and in fact across New Zealand, more and more as cycle-friendly tracks open up. So why is the Tunnel Trails so important in Dunedin's overall strategic cycle network and indeed our integrated transport strategy? Well, apart from the well-argued and accepted safety, health, transport equity arguments, the Tunnels Trails will facilitate, importantly, connection to the regional cycle network, as well as being an important part of our city network. It also is an important link in terms of integrating with the shaping future Dunedin transport park and rides at Mosgiel and Burnside. In essence, what's the point of doing them if we don't facilitate opportunities for cyclists? And I'm sure the uptake will be phenomenal. Watch this space. And finally, as this paper points out, the Tunnels project has a much higher chance of attracting Wakatahi funding than the Arterials project. And finally, I also worry in terms of delaying this, as I always do with anything, even longer, and only opting to deliver one section of the trail from Abbotsford to Barnes Drive. We've all been here before in feeling we have to take the cheaper, less politically fraught decision to delay part and revisit the rest at a later date. History shows us that in all likelihood, the remaining part will be years and years away, if in fact ever done at all. Not to mention what seems like a high dollar figure now will seem like chicken feed if we delay this for 5, 10, 20 years. So please support this.
Thank you. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Yes, I agree. And I want to take this opportunity to thank Councillor Elder for her advocacy and for the work she does around this. She has done a huge amount of work to try to get this motion here and to get a cycleway from Mosgiel to Dunedin and hopefully further. So well done for your work, Councillor Elder. And I certainly support this. I think it's a great idea. And it's where cycleways should be, not on one-ways. Cycleways shouldn't be on state highways. Well, you know, obviously it's good to protect people if they want to cycle there, but it's crazy. People, they should not be made into people-friendly streets. They should be used to get the cars there going along, and areas like this get people out of their car when you've got a great cycleway to use. This is a perfect example of what we should be doing for our city, and which we are now, hopefully, so which is great. I really support this, and I'm delighted. And I hope that one day in the very near future, we can connect this up to the rail trail, because not only do I see it as an opportunity for some people to commute into work, I don't think they'll probably get as, you know, a huge pickup on that. But certainly if we can get some people out of their car, that's great. But where I do see it being fabulous is, you know, families and certainly any other people, even people without children, anyone who wants to go cycle for fun and leisure and well-being. It's just exciting. And I know in Wanaka they've put in a tunnel that, you know, you can go through to avoid crossing a busy road. And the kids were so excited about that. They got on their bikes and their scooters. So the tunnel adds an element of excitement to it. And a lot of people who want to go and adventure and have a look at it and try it out just for the pure novelty. So I hope it comes to fruition. And why not aim big? Because we are a fantastic city and we deserve the best.
Councillor Reddick.
Yes, thank you for putting this forward. But in contrast to Councillor Walker, I have been quite disappointed with the uptake of cycleways in the city, and I don't see much growth in the inner city cycle lanes, and very few cyclists are using them. However, I was personally astonished at the uptake in the use of the Dunstan Trail along the side of Lake Dunstan, and rode that trail myself, and it's defied all predictions in terms of the amount of growth. That, of course, is recreational cycling. However, this tunnels trail covers both bases, and that is quite significant. And as I asked the staff, it's not only hitting the providing a wonderful facility for people to commute and get out of their cars and facilitate mode shift, it will also make a big difference to what people choose to do on their weekends. So there will be health benefits as people go and cycle to Mosgiel or halfway or anywhere in between the three centres, you know, the either end or the middle. Plus, people will be attracted to come just for the sake of going through those tunnels, just as they are with any novelty. It's a novel thing to do on the weekends. So I'm very enthusiastic about the possibilities and also about the increase in tourism, domestic tourism to Mosgiel and places in between. So just as we've seen in Central Otago and even along the Dunstan Trail, there has been commercial activity take advantage of the very large number of people using the trail. So my expectation is that Mosgiel will benefit considerably from this tunnels trail. So I certainly support the motion.
Councillor O'Malley.
Yeah, I'll be supporting this motion, but I want to give a couple of pieces of commentary as we're moving forward here. At a late night meeting in 2018 in Clutha, I put what was I then named the Wingatui to Caversham Cycleway into the Regional Land Transport Plan in response to a comment that we'd got only a week earlier from Department of Internal Affairs saying that if you wanted Provincial Growth Fund money for any cycleways, they had to be on the Regional Land Transport Plan. Now, since that point, that cycleway has now sat on the correct document for getting Waka Kotahi funding. And because it's on the RLTP is now why we're having this debate today. If it had not got on there, we'd still be talking about it. And the reason I'm saying that is I'm fairly confident that when we do this reallocation of money, we're going to put at risk a fair amount of low cost, low risk money for improvements of intersections for urban cycleways that we're now effectively defunding by doing this. So I am voting for this because I think this is a critical component of the cycleway program, and it's almost the keystone of going to the south. So it needs to get funded, it needs to get built. But I have a prediction that we're going to lose some other co-funding and other projects because of this, and it's not really clarified in our report. And I want to highlight the other reason that we are facing this choice today is that we underestimated in our long-term plan the cost of this project. And it's a chronic problem that we have in our 10-year plans, that we don't want to go to the public with numbers that frighten them. So we put in a number, we head off, it gets life, and then that 11 million turns into 23 million. And that's when we find ourselves short. And now we're having to make calls between one project or another. I am heartened to see that the strategy document is going to be updated because it is way out of date. And that is probably affecting our ability to get Waka Kotahi co-funding and establish our projects correctly. So I am 100% supporting this resolution, but I am also predicting there's going to be some accidental and unthought of collateral damage coming into smaller projects that affect cycling as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I don't disagree with any of my colleagues, and I will be supporting this motion. However, I want to remind colleagues of several things. And the first thing is this is not instead of, it's as well as. It's not about pitting one project against another. And I particularly refer to Councillor Elder's remarks. The Peninsula Connection project was not about numbers of population, but about so much more than that. And I want to remind Councillor Raddick that part of the reason around the uptake, as I understand it from cyclists in terms of the inner city, is route choice and a lack of confidence and clarity about cycle routes until it's all linked up. And it does waste time on people deciding which route they're going to take and potentially crossing in unsafe places. So if you're not a super confident cyclist, then that is a problem. It does affect the frequency of use. So those linkages are important. The harbour linkage is important, and we mustn't lose sight of that. We've got a project that's been ongoing for years, and I want to acknowledge Councillor Walker in that and others, because the State Highway 88 project is going to be finished imminently. I don't recall what the date of it is. We still have a section of the Peninsula Connection to finish, and I just want to acknowledge paragraph 28, and I thank the staff for including this, that the idea would be to include the final section of the Peninsula Connection in the next long-term plan. We need to continue alongside that, though, efforts to source government money. I'm not talking Waka Kotahi because it doesn't stack up in terms of the business case for that. But each time that there is an opportunity, and I heard on Radio New Zealand this morning around the uptake of the shovel ready project, remembering that that project was right, that final piece was right at the top of our list. We didn't get the funding, but very few of those Provincial Growth Fund shovel ready projects have not been delivered yet. So all of those things are important, and it is important to complete what we have started and set as a part of the destination. I think those aspects are really important. So I will support this, but please let's not lose sight of the things we have yet to finish. Let's keep the foot on the pedal, and I thank the staff for their work in that regard.
Thank you. Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you, Your Worship. I certainly agree with the comments that everyone has made, as it appears everyone does. And I think we should take note of the comments that that Councillor Gary just made about finishing the Peninsula Connection. But I'd also like to put on record my thanks to the members of the Tunnel Trails Trust for their long-term hard advocacy. And Kate Wilson actually needs to go on record our thanks to her for her advocacy in this area. I think we all know that you don't have to look past the wonderful work that's been done on the peninsula to see what an incredible public asset infrastructure like this can be. So very good news what's happened. We need to finish that. And it's a no-brainer that we should make these connections and make sure not only the trails, the tunnel trust works, but we make the urban connections to the other developments that are happening. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vandevers.
I appreciate that there are a lot of councillors that are very emotionally involved with the idea of further extending cycleways. And I can see that there's quite some appeal, especially for the recreational use of cycling. However, in terms of cost benefit for the people of Dunedin, all the arguments that I've heard simply don't stack up. Councillor Gary has said we need to finish what we started. To me, this is typical of the emotive and highly misleading idea that if you finally get cycleways absolutely everywhere, that then people will use them. We have had at least 12 years now of millions having been spent on cycleways, and those cycleways still not being used. The one-way street cycleway is the glaring example, which you can't fail to notice every time you go up and down it in Dunedin. It's something to be noted if you actually see a cyclist on them. If you look at the tens of millions, now going to hundreds of millions that have been spent on other cycleways, and there's a very nice cycleway around the harbour side, which I have actually voted for, because I believe that, you know, beside the sea, like Lake Dunstan, beside a lake, you do have a seriously wonderful recreational cycling asset. But none of those cycling assets are oversubscribed. We don't have a problem with so many cyclists on these extremely expensive cycleways that we need more of them. Having a cycleway around the harbour, absolutely fine. Let's go with that. But let's not pretend that we have anything like the claimed mode shift to justify the extraordinary amounts of money that you're currently talking about putting into ever more cycleways. Councillor O'Malley has highlighted the dishonesty in pricing cycleway concepts, not wanting to frighten people too much by the original cost and therefore undervaluing them. That's
Point
just
of order,
one of the...
Your Worship.
Point of order, Councillor Gary.
The comment dishonest, I have great difficulty with that. I think that's extremely offensive.
No, I disagree, Councillor. I think it's a fair interpretation of Councillor O'Malley's comments, and I won't uphold the point of order.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think that we have a situation where we need to recognise an extraordinary debt situation, which is simply going to be made worse by investing, if indeed they are investments, into cycleways based on emotional and, in many cases, misleading ideas. One of the ideas is that cycling is safe. If you look at cycling as opposed to driving, cycling is far more dangerous than driving a car, just as a for instance. And yet today we've had the opposite claimed here. If you look at the millions that we have actually spent trying to achieve mode shift And mode shift, let's face it, is really just a nice word for forcing people out of their cars and onto bicycles. This mode shift hasn't happened for a decade now, as predicted. If you doubled the number of cyclists that currently use Dunedin cycleways, you would still have a vanishingly small proportion of people using cycling as transportation. Cycling as recreation, absolutely fine, but as transportation, the claims, I believe, have been proved to be false for 10 years, and I can't vote for any more money being spent when we have already spent over $100 million, in my calculations, on cycleways that are largely unused or very unlikely to be used to any great degree.
30 seconds, Councillor.
The $60 million George Street to Exchange budget that we have is, in my view, also a thinly disguised urban cycleway budget. We need to recognise that the spending that we continue to do, spending that this city doesn't give us, I believe, any mandate to do, needs to be pulled very severely back, and we have an opportunity to not extend that debt and that spending right here, right now. We need to vote against further cycleways, or at least defer them until we get the City Council to a point where it has a sustainable budget to pay for these things.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think the mandate that we're looking for will come from the public consultation that we will go through on this, on looking at the cycleway and looking at this budget, and then I think we'll get a very clear answer on where people are seeing this. And you could tell from my questions as a non-cyclist, so I'm completely unemotional about cycling, but I am, I guess, emotional about the good of our city and looking at as what we aspire to be as a great small city. And many councillors have talked about the missing link to the rail trail, and as a tourism person, for a moment putting a tourism hat on, the rail trail missing link has been a huge missed opportunity for the city, and eventually some form of tourism will come back. And I think that this could act as the southern gateway to Dunedin, and we are missing that gateway. We are also missing the link to Mosgiel, and Mosgiel's are really in the hinterland, I guess, are really important parts of our city. And there's this sport, as well as being a commuter trail, I look at the amenity for the city, for the ability of people to go to and fro. We look at the Peninsula Cycleway, and I drive along that frequently, and I see many people walking, cycling, connecting, using that cycleway. So I think that's really important. The rise in the e-bike use, so I think we were talking about that commute time of that, was it 5 or 6 kilometres is the furthest that people could go, but we're talking about e-bikes, which I Googled the average speed of, and is 25 kilometres per hour. So we're looking at maybe a half-hour commute from Mosgiel right through to the centre of the city. We were talking yesterday about the playgrounds, and when we looked at the circle of people that could get to the Mosgiel destination playground, that was missing a few links as well. So maybe that cycleway might help people actually access the playgrounds as well. And we look at the goal of 40% active mode, and we are now at 19%. So we're halfway there. I don't think we're going to make it in two years, but we do need to put our best foot forward. One of the advantages for me that I saw was attracting the Wastewater funding. I do absolutely echo Councillor O'Malley's concerns about what is the opportunity cost, and that's why I was asking the questions about the centre city arterial gaps, I guess we might call them, because that is a concern about is this a problem? Let's fix the problem. So I look forward to a consultation with our community about where their weights are, what's driving them crazy or not about the centre city cycleways. Carbon zero goals, of course, very important to us to get that mode shift and give people better ways of transporting themselves around. Just looking at my notes here, and also really look forward to, I note that our strategic cycle network is 2011. That's 10 years old. And when we look at where we are now, that's pretty old, the 2013 integrated transport strategy. And I was really struggling to, when I was researching about where I was going to sit on this, to try and find those documents and to understand this project. There's also the Enterprise Dunedin work that's coming up on the destination plan on product development, and I think that those will also inform where cycling sits, the opportunities for cycling and the opportunities for Dunedin. And I actually would have liked to have seen the business cases attached to this paper. That's I really struggled with understanding a lot of the information here, but I feel that we can make, not emotively, Councillor Vandervis, I consider that the information that I have now leads me to support option 2 to get this work moving, to create that cycle gateway to Dunedin, to create those opportunities for leisure and for commuter travel, and to put it out to consult with our community, because as a non-cyclist, I really want to hear from the cyclist community, from all people that use all modes of transport, about how they think about this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lofiso.
Tēnā koe, Your Worship. I'd just like to, like other colleagues, record thanks to the Trails Trust and Kate Wilson for her work in this area, as well as Councillor Elder for her passion and energy on this issue. And I'd also like to acknowledge Mr. Drew and Ms. Benson for their patient answering of our questions. I asked none, and like Councillor Barker, I think I'm neutral or unemotional, but I do thank Councillor Vandervis for always, as always, framing his arguments in such a way that inspires me to speak when I didn't intend to. And I agree with Councillor Vandervis that we have not achieved the mode shift that we desire, but I don't think that we need to do that at this time, as I believe that our job is to be visionary and to put in place programs and initiatives and infrastructure that our residents would like to see. I do actually see people using the cycleways. In fact, I made a point of commenting to my sister, as I am not a cyclist, nor am I a driver. So my sister was driving me out to McAndrew Bay, and we noticed cyclists. And I said, look, Councillor Vandervis is always saying that the cycleways are not used. There's an example we could quote to him. So I just am aware of residents, particularly young people, who will not buy a vehicle ever because of their commitment to the planet, and they will not get a license. And so we need to support them to use other modes of transport, including cycling and walking and public transport. So I would just want to think about those young people and thank us for just being visionary and just keeping on. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Councillor. Further speakers, Councillor Staines.
Thank you, Your Worship. I am supporting this resolution. You heard that I have proposed that I would move option 1 should this fail. Option 1 is a far less attractive option, and for me was only a backup. This extra money will enable the connections to be made, and I think we all know that if a trail does not have adequate connections, those people who are less likely to wish to cycle in traffic will probably not cycle the trail. I'm sure that this trail will get good support from the residents of Mosgiel, but also from the cyclists that are on all of our recreational trails across the Otago region. living part of my life in Patiaroa and watching the effect of the cycle trail passing through Ranfurly and Waiteata, it has had a significant impact on the local communities. So hopefully with this and with the peninsula and for Chalmers trails, we will see a significant increase in economic activity from those people who do recreational cycling. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Warren.
Thank you, Worship. I will also be supporting this, and many of the speakers have actually taken a lot of the points that I was going to make. But there's one factor that I want to sort of capture, and that's, and to highlight to anybody watching this and looking at our papers, really, to me, ticked a lot of the boxes, was when I read the advantages of option 2 on page 177. To me, that really captured everything we needed to know. But the bottom line that I look at is that we talk about additional funding and increase and all those words. But in the future, we were going to spend this money anyway, because there was no way we were going to stop at Green Island. We will always have the intention to go to Mosgiel. Whether we accelerate that and bring that work forward, or whether we pushed it out to whenever, we were always going to have to invest in this. And to me, knowing what the goalposts are right now with Waka Kotahi and other partners, the investment in our dollars with the investment of the Trails Trust and other groups and the investment with the community to accelerate a lot of the work, and some of the work I haven't agreed with and voted against. But to be honest, when you look at the work that's going to be done at Burnside, this is an integral part of that. So I will fully support this process and this motion, because to me, it's a case of, if there's one thing we do need to bring forward, it is accelerating this work, because of the people of Mosgiel, actually the people of Dunedin. This is a positive for the community. And I, again, look forward to those engaging with us through the submission process.
Thank you. Any further speakers? I'll speak briefly, and I can support this. I echo the thanks to Gerard Highland and Kate Wilson and others at the community end of this, and would add my thanks to Mr. Drew and Ms. Benson and the staff who have found a way of getting around the obstacle that had been created in the Three Waters infrastructure, which we've always been told was the insurmountable block, and the idea that these pieces of work can progress in parallel and therefore deliver outcomes far sooner than would otherwise have been expected, I think is fantastic. And I think what this debate has illustrated is once again how near universal the support is for cycling infrastructure and active transport when you are providing that, and this debate has largely been about the Tunnels Trail, where you are providing that infrastructure off-road. And we've seen similar things, obviously, on both sides of the harbour with the Peninsula connection and the shared path along State Highway 88. And then how quickly that support dissipates when you come off that infrastructure and arrive in the metropolitan area where the provision of safe cycling requires space to be made by existing users who benefit from the prioritisation of that road corridor. And you have to do both. It's not good enough to have an off-road shared path that goes around the harbour and then this infrastructure that connects us to the Taieri, and then run away when we get to have the harder debates about how we prioritise our spending and how we prioritise our space in the transport network. And while the debates around funding the Urban Cycleways program have been noisy and contentious about the amounts of money that are being set aside, it is a fraction of our transport budget that we are allocating to this work, and I don't think the level of investment is shocking, nor should it be anything that we should take particular pride in, actually. But hopefully, with work like this being able to be accelerated, we can make further progress. And I just want to just lastly want to make a comment in response to Councillor O'Malley's suggestion that either staff and or elected members have knowingly undercooked the cost of these projects because we're scared of the public backlash that might come from that. I think that's.
I didn't say knowingly, Your Worship, and I'm sorry if I incorrectly said knowingly. That's not my intention. I feel that we have a cultural problem, but not knowingly.
Thank you, Councillor. It was described as a chronic problem in our budgeting, and I would hate for people to think that either staff or elected members were allocating budgets to projects that were on the low side for any degree of political expediency. It was always a placeholder budget, as they always are, as we work through detailed business cases, etc., that give you a greater degree of accuracy and certainty around the budgets of projects, and then they come back to this table when we decide whether or not we want to adequately fund them. And it looks like in this case we're making the right decision and doing just that. Councillor Elder, your right of reply.
I'd like to thank every single councillor for their contribution to this debate, because it pulled out the threads and enabled us to see the benefits of this trail. The project scores high on every criteria for safety, for mode choice, for active transport, for carbon zero 2030, for health and wellbeing, for recreational and lifestyle asset, for economic benefit, and for connection to the regional cycle routes. But I want to tell you a little bit of a story as well. Never in 1,000 years did I believe that.
Councillor, can I ask that your right of reply concerns the remarks that have been made in debate? Okay,
and so people believe that. Lee Vandervest mentioned that there's a low uptake in cycling, but never in 1,000 years would I have believed my husband Russell and my son-in-law Jesse would now be riding electric bikes to work every day. And that is the game changer. With the Peninsula connection and the Harbourside connection, not only is it a recreational asset and a shared track for cyclists, but also families and young mums and parents to walk and enjoy the natural environment that Dunedin has to offer. So I believe those benefits are huge. And with the Tunnels Trail, the number of people transiting into Dunedin from State Highway 1 is 15,400, and that as an opportunity for mode shift is actually the highest opportunity for reducing carbon zero of any of the trails. So in response to people's comments about the benefits and the doubt about them, I would say that in fact it is conclusive that this is a really good investment. Thank you. Sorry for not mentioning those points.
Thank you. We'll take the vote by division. Thanks.
Councillor Benson-Pope.
Aye.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Elder.
Aye.
Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Hall.
Councillor Hall withdrew from this item.
Oh, I'm sorry, my apologies. Councillor Houlihan.
Aye.
Councillor Lafiso.
Aye.
Councillor Lord.
Aye.
Councillor O'Malley.
Aye.
Councillor Raddick.
Aye.
Councillor Staines.
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis.
No.
Councillor Walker.
Aye.
Councillor Wiley.
Yes.
Your Worship.
Aye.
Carried 13-1.
Thank you. We're going back now to item 14. Unless we need a moment to, oh no, there he is. Welcome, Mr. West.
Thank you.
Item 14, the annual plan budget update for property services, which you'll find on page 123. Are you taking this as read, Mr. West?
Yes, but I just take a moment to introduce Anna Nelson. You'll all know Anna, but this is her first meeting in her new role as Group Manager of Property. So just acknowledging that as we start the meeting.
Very good. Welcome. You are mostly in shot for what it's worth. Yeah, thank you. Are there questions, councillors? There appear to be none. Would someone like to move the recommendations? Moved by Councillor Benson Pope, seconded Councillor Lord. Would you like to speak to it, councillor?
Thank you, Your Worship. Briefly, I think we're well served by our property department, and the report is self-explanatory. I'd just like to take the opportunity to congratulate staff on the vision they had around the work to wrap the railway station. I think those of you who know of similar artistic projects overseas will realise that that work in itself, much more as this was operational decision and very practical to get the work done safely, also has an added advantage of adding a degree of attraction to the hidden building. So I think decisions like that are all part of living in a quirky, exciting city, and congratulations need to be made when they are due.
Thank you. Further speakers? Nothing to respond to. I'll put the motion. All those in favour?
Aye.
Aye.
Those against? That is agreed. Thank you. Item 15, a proposed new DCC Community Housing Policy 2022. Anything by way of opening from staff?
No.
Okay. There will be questions undoubtedly, including one from me, and it's around the new process that is proposed in dealing with tenants who, for whatever reason, choose to decline the opportunity to take up a vacant property. And historically, and there are a number of reasons that people do that, and that has been canvassed fairly consistently at our various committee meetings. The proposal was that people would only be allowed to do that 3 times before going to the bottom of their respective queue. Do we know how often? I'm trying to get a sense of what the implications are of that. If people tend not to turn down the 3 properties, then it will have very little impact. But I just don't know how common or how many people would be affected by that change.
I couldn't give you an exact number on that, but it's likely that once that limit is put in place, that will encourage people to make the positive choice about a home before they get to the 3 house limit or the 3 offer limit.
I don't disagree that it would be an incentive for them to do that, but there are legitimate reasons, are there not, that people do say no because they live in Port Chalmers and don't want to move to Mosgiel because that's separating them from their community networks and support networks and so on. And if they have 3 in a row that are equally legitimate, the new policy would punish them for those reasons.
Yeah, sure. I'll let Kate answer this one. Thank you. Any offer that are a legitimate reason for declining an offer would not actually be counted in the 3 offers that are made in terms of downgrading a person's priority. So if a person had a real need to live in a certain area, as an example, then we wouldn't necessarily count an offer made in the area that doesn't meet their support needs.
Okay, that's reassuring. Thank you. What are the other, broadly, what are the other kinds of reasons that are offered for people when they decline it, other than potentially getting in the queue earlier than they expected, or getting to the top of the queue earlier than they expected or anticipated?
So, sorry, Richard, do you mean what are the reasons why a person would decline a house now, or what are the reasons why?
Yeah, I'm just curious as to what the other reasons are that are given.
A lot of the reasons we get is the property is slightly too small. When a person first comes to apply for a council house, they don't always have an appreciation of how small the housing actually is. That's probably one of the largest reasons we have.
Yeah, right. Thank you. That's helpful.
Yeah.
Councillor Raddick.
Yes, just wondering about paragraph 18. The change of mean and asset limit reduces from 300,000 down to 90,000. Who's going to measure that, and how will it be measured, and what do you think the effect of that will be?
So we will measure that when an applicant applies for housing by asking the person to provide.
So I find that very difficult to hear. Somehow it's resonating, the microphone, I think.
As part of our operational review, we'll be looking at what kinds of evidence we ask people to provide when they apply for housing, but it will need to be something similar to a bank statement if it's cash assets, proof of ownership of a property if it's a property, so that we need to be something tangible that we can cite, some sort of evidence.
What about where a tenant or prospective tenant might have assets in trust?
Then we'd need to cite the trust deed in the agreement and note who the beneficiaries were and how that's been set up. So it would be on a case-by-case basis, but we'll be asking for all evidence to be provided to us so we can make the appropriate decision.
Right, so is this the actual policy still being formulated?
Yes, the operational policy will be written in its entirety once we have clear direction as to whether or not this is the way that we want to progress.
Yes, okay, I can understand that. So, you're not exactly sure how you measure it, because it could be tricky, I imagine. I imagine it could be tricky.
Yeah, probably the most difficult situations will be the trust sort of situations, but normally you can get enough information from the person's trustee to be able to work out what's going on, in my previous experience anyway.
Okay, so what do you think the effect of this part of the policy will be?
In terms of our existing waitlist, or in terms of new applicants applying, or both?
Either or both.
Both. So we're anticipating at a high level examination of our existing waitlist that we will lose about 32 applicants from the waitlist. 7 of those are sitting in our priority 1 group, which will be all affected by the change in the cash asset limit. But to be honest, the majority of the others that we'll actually be potentially losing from the waitlist will be mostly a combination of income as well as cash assets. So it's not going to have, I don't think, a significant impact on the existing waitlist, or even necessarily applicants in the future, because we don't actually strike applicants with a whole lot of a high value of cash assets very often.
Wonderful, thank you.
Can I just ask a question following on from that? It's easy enough to prove that you do own things. Trickier, I would imagine, to prove that you don't own things. So how do you provide, how do you get that degree of certainty, or is there an element, is there always going to be an element of trust in the process?
There's an amount of operational planning that we need to do after the adoption or otherwise of the policy. So I can't get into those details at the moment. Yeah,
that's fine. Thank you. Councillor Benson-Boat.
My question follows on from the two we've just had in terms of asset issues. I think we've probably all been approached with stories, some anecdotal, some not, of people not declaring assets that would have disqualified them from entitlement to this housing. So given the other issues around bank scrutiny of people's loan applications at the moment, we see this as quite a fraught area. is there any requirement or consideration of asking people to sign statutory declarations when they apply to attest that they don't have other assets?
So applicants are actually signing a declaration when they apply now, primarily stating that what they have told us is true and correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. And thanks to the staff for the report, and welcome, Anna. And this again sort of slightly leads on, but it's disconnected in some ways. So it's around point 34. It talks about all existing tenants shall remain eligible to continue. My question is, I guess, if somebody dropped 10 million in the lottery, is it just assumed they can live there, or is it more of an assumption that they'll just buy a Lamborghini and go and live in St Heliers? I mean, is it once you're in, you're in?
Yeah, sure. We're going to be seeking further legal advice as to new tenancies, but the legal advice we've received so far in terms of existing tenancies is yes, once you're in, you're in terms of meeting the obligations of the present, or the current Resident Tenants Act.
Yep, thank you.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. Welcome, Ms. Nielsen. I just and others. I just wanted to check: do we do any sort of education of people who are potential applicants around the size of the properties, so that we're not getting this unexpected size, unrealistic approach to it?
Yeah, when we work through the application process, we actually do have at the front of that application booklet site plans, and we do have a conversation about what most of our housing units look like. I think it's just a bit different though when people actually go in to see one for the first time, and also often a person's at the stage of their life where they're just making that move from quite a larger home, so it's quite a big transition, so it's just taking time to work through that.
I take your point. I just wondered if there was anything more that could be done in that regard. And the other question I have is around people who will drop off if we were to approve this policy at a high level. The people who will drop out, the 32 people, has any consideration been given in developing the policy to a time frame where that, you know, to apply to new applications as opposed to people who are already on the waiting list? Because I imagine that could be very difficult for those who have anticipated that they're, particularly the ones in priority group 1, that would be affected. Any comment on that?
We need to do more of an in-depth operational review to work out exact timeframes, but I'll be anticipating no earlier than, say, 6 months.
So to clarify that, 6 months for this.
Maybe I could step in, Councillor, and just say I think it would be critical for us to plan the operationalisation of this really carefully, given that it would be quite a big impact on that small group of people. So we need to think carefully how we do that, and just to make sure we get all of our ducks lined up and get it correct. We just want to spend a bit of time if council make that decision today.
Understand, and clearly you're mindful of that that impact on those a small number of people, but nonetheless a large impact. Thank you.
Councillor Elder.
In fees and charges, point 11, we're looking at a proposed increase of 3.6 and 4.2, being $4 to $8 per unit per week, and that would achieve compliance with the current revenue policy. What I was wondering is, for some people, unlimited incomes, they are eligible for an accommodation supplement for our rental units, and I was wondering what kind of supports are in place to enable and support people to get this accommodation supplement.
Sorry,
Councillor, are you asking what support we provide for people to apply for the accommodation?
Yes, yes.
Other than general advice from the tenancy managers, no additional support is applied to them because they're responsible for their application themselves.
One of the questions I have is, would it be helpful for our tenants if we did provide a little bit extra support in light of the rents increase, but also quite often people don't have a good knowledge of what's available to them when it comes to taking pressure off their own financial, their budgets.
When we review rents, when we send out a letter notifying of the new rental amount, we do encourage people to apply for the accommodation supplement if they haven't already. So we do it that way, but we also do often have conversations with people at the application stage about that as well, if we need to.
Oh, thank you. That's good to know. Thanks for that.
And were those tenants to have an ongoing relationship with the Ministry for Social Development, I would assume that their staff would equally help point them in that direction.
Absolutely. We actually do have a number of tenants, probably a third of our tenants that actually pay their rent to us through a direct payment from work and income. So the accommodation supplement gets reviewed automatically by work and income as well.
Thank you. Councillor Lord, no. No.
Councillor, okay, yeah, I've thought about the question differently.
Very kind. Councillor Menson-Pope. It's a legacy hand. Are there further questions? No. Would someone like to move the recommendations or otherwise? Councillor O'Malley. So moved. Is there a seconder? Councillor Benson-Pope. Councillor O'Malley.
Your Worship, wasn't very vocal during question time, but I was listening. I think the objectives we're trying to achieve here are that this housing policy achieves those who need it, and we are making sure that we are serving those people. I am conscious of the questions that His Worship said around about the 3 refusals, and I would like to see the policy clearly state what is considered a reasonable or unreasonable refusal. The concept that you lived in one part of town and you got 3 offers in a separate part of town, I think would be reasonable reasons for refusing. And I would want to make sure that those are clarified in the policy statement to make sure we know exactly what we should expect, even though we're agreeing to it now. Likewise, the means testing, I think it's reasonable, but if we're already signing declarations, then when it is made apparent that someone has not declared correctly, I would also hope that we address that failure to correctly disclose what you own. But generally speaking, I think this policy change is heading in the right direction, and it aligns with what I believe we want our housing to do. Thanks.
Thank you. Further speakers? Councillor Gary.
Just a couple of things. First up, I'm very happy to see the clarity around those who have a need for housing, who have a physical disability issue. So that's excellent to see. I found it helpful to hear the answers around the refusals, because I've always wondered about that and asked questions. And finally, I am concerned about those who are already on the waitlist, particularly the Group 1 people who may be affected by this. And I really encourage staff to, and I got a real strong sense that will happen, of thinking how that might be handled, and just encourage some education to prevent perhaps unrealistic expectations around the size of the units. But I take on board what staff said about people downsizing, and that's difficult anyway. But thank you to staff for the report and the draft policy, and I think we're on the right track with it. I'll certainly be supporting it.
Thank you, Councillor Elder.
I too will be supporting this. I think it's a well thought through policy shift. And I think including both those who are finding housing distress from at 55 and over is really important, and particularly for those in the disability community who find it very, very difficult to get accessible houses that are also affordable. And so I believe this is a great step forward, and I fully support it.
Thank you, Councillor. In speaking to this, I can support this also now that we've had reassurances around how that refusal policy may or may not work. And I think while it may not be possible to provide an exhaustive list of legitimate reasons in the operational policy, some guidance for users would probably not be unhelpful. I think it's a far more sensitive and sensible way of categorising the waitlist by priority. It always seemed something of a nonsense to me, or at least it seemed like the approach that we had historically taken hadn't caught up with the need as it existed in the current situation, whereby older potential tenants with assets were prioritised ahead of younger potential tenants without income and assets, and this goes this solves that by way of the new prioritisation criteria. But it certainly also highlights the fact that the need in our community for affordable rental housing for people on low and fixed incomes isn't going away, and validates the decisions that this council has taken, both to provide our rental accommodation at subsidised rental by way of the general rate, and similarly the decisions that we've taken to increase the capacity of our public housing portfolio, and I can't see that necessarily going in more than one direction, and certainly there is a need, whether it's the community housing providers, Kāinga or us, but probably a combination of all three, to continue to invest in increasing the supply of public housing in our community to meet the need that is so very apparent in the reports before us. Councillor O'Malley, your right of reply.
Just to follow up on Councillor Gary's commentary on those on the waiting list, and I agree with her statement that I think when we're considering, the grandfathered in component of any policy change, we need to take into account those who have, in good faith, gone down a application process under the set of rules that they were accepted under. And when we change our rules, we need to consider what we're doing with those people. But other than that, I agree with I agree with that too. I agree with everything that's been said.
Thank you, Councillor. We'll take the vote by division.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson Pope.
Aye.
Councillor Elder.
Aye.
Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan.
Aye.
Councillor Lafiso.
Aye.
Councillor Lord.
Aye.
Councillor O'Malley.
Aye.
Councillor Raddick. Sorry, I beg your pardon. Thank you.
Aye.
You're on mute there for a second, Councillor. Don't panic. We got it.
Councillor Staines.
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis.
Aye.
Councillor Walker.
Aye.
Councillor Wiley.
Yes.
Your Worship.
All right.
Carried unanimously.
That is agreed. Thank you. Item 16, the Sims building, which you'll find on page 151 of your agenda, and a reminder to councillors of the non-public attachment that has been provided in confidence. If people are of a mind to wish to discuss that, they would need to resolve to go into non-public to do that. But I'm sure there are questions of the substantive paper. Anything by way of introduction from staff?
No, we're happy to take it as read, Your Worship.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Lofisel.
Tēnā koe, Your Worship. Tēnā koe, Mr. West and team. I just want to have a question. Relates to points 18 and 19 and the paragraph 32 about the MOU. So at what point, I mean, so the other group has come in, or the new group has come in, and what do you anticipate if they can't collaborate? How will that affect the ensuing MOU?
Well, thank you, Councillor. The two proposals are not dissimilar in many ways, and we have been talking to both parties separately to encourage them to work together. I understand they have made contact with each other, and we would certainly, as a staff team, be if we move forward after today's meeting, we would certainly be working to invite both those parties to a meeting with council staff so we can really start working through. But initially, it appears that the two proposals are very alike. So I would hope that it would be a positive result.
And what I would just add, we will write the MOU in such a way that it enables other parties to join if that seems appropriate. The MOU can be written in that way.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship, and thank you to the team for an excellent report and this update. Yeah, a couple of questions. And I asked this previously around the tunnels trails. Can you give me some sort of idea of the current and ongoing relationship that you have with the Port Chalmers Foundry Trust? I presume, just in terms of you see that as positive and working.
Yeah, I mean, thank you, Councillor. Since we were directed by Council as part of the long-term plan deliberations to work with the Trust, we've met with them regularly. Certainly in the last 2 to 3 months, David Bainbridge Safar and myself, who was previous property manager, were meeting with them on a fortnightly basis in the lead up to Christmas. And we've got onto a very good footing, and we're aligning on a lot of the conversations.
Thank you. And second question, obviously, it's been indicated that this money can be found if we move forward from the existing property capital renewal budget. Just against a sense of what effect that may potentially have on other projects that may have been sort of in your sights.
So the capital budget for the total capital budget for property in the 10-year plan is $234 million, Councillor. So depending on the result of today's decision by council, I'll be working with Ms. Nielsen to work through exactly how we can do that. But we believe it is possible in the budget.
Yeah, thanks for that. And just Your Worship, I'm happy to move to note the report.
Thank you. Worthwhile reminder that the paper is here for noting. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, and happy to second the noting of the report. First of all, I want to thank staff for the considerable work to get to this point. I consider it to be really exciting, actually, to be here. I have two questions. The first one is on page 151, paragraph 6. Just wanted to know if the fact that the land is owned by the Maori trustee and leased to Port Otago, what are the implications of that to the proposal? And secondly, the small part of the 1930s extension on legal road reserve, would that result in a road stopping or not?
So I can maybe speak to the Maori trustee question on 6 Beach Street first, Councillor. the plans that are put forward but the initial concept plans by the trust that have been put forward that we've viewed at this stage don't encroach on the 6 Beach Street piece of land. That may change, of course, as we get further down through the conversation, and certainly would have to have a conversation with Paul Otago and the Maori trustee if that were the case. But at this stage, the initial design does not encroach on that. With regard to the legal road reserve on McAndrew Road, Transport have been involved early on in the conversations we've had, but we would need to bring them back in when we get further down the track as we get closer to detailed design, because again, it's not really clear exactly at this stage how it would impact.
Thank you. And my second question is around the timing of the meeting with iwi. And I know Ms. Wikaira has been involved in facilitating meeting with the trust, but I just wondered, has that meeting with iwi taken place yet, or when will it take place if it hasn't already?
I don't know whether the trust have made contact with iwi over the Christmas period, but they hadn't before Christmas. And again, it will be one of the priorities for us to work with them on that at the beginning of this year. Excellent, thank you.
Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Worship. Just back to point 18 and the other group. Do we have any idea who that, could you tell us who that other group is?
I know that we've had conversations with one person via telephone and via email, and that person has shared with us some initial concept designs. They've referred to other people that are involved in that group, but at this stage, probably not something I want to speak out loud without having their permission to do so, Councillor.
That makes perfect sense. If they've come now, what weight are we putting on their ability to collaborate with the trust who have been operating on this project for quite some time?
That's hard for me to answer, other than to say what I've just said to Councillor Gary, which was, from what I can see, that the proposals are very similar in many aspects. And so I think that it would be a matter of getting the two parties together fairly quickly and facilitating a meeting to talk through that and how we might make headway.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Worship. My question's following on from Councillor Lofiso's question around the MOU, and I just wonder on the next steps, it talks about developing a memorandum of understanding between the DCC and the trust. I just want to understand a little bit about the process of that. So the MOU would come back to council to agree to before it was signed. Would that be correct?
No, not necessarily, Councillor. I have delegations to sign MOUs and enter into a wide variety of those kind of agreements all the time.
So would there be any financial implications of an MOU?
Not if council notes this report, the financial implication is the budget as outlined here for the remediation of the site, but no other financial implications. It's a relationship agreement about how we will operate with the trust, and it's designed to give them certainty to progress fundraising.
Oh, okay. So we're not committing to any funds through an MOU. Okay, thank you.
And presumably, having approved the draft budget, operating budget for, or is this capital work?
We think it'll be capital, but there will be some operational costs as well incurred, and we're confident again that we've got that in hand.
Thank you, Councillor Elder.
On looking at the map, there's a road reserve, there's recreation reserve, and then there's the Port Otago area. And I'm just wondering what the we're taking responsibility for remediation, but what is the long-term arrangement when it comes to leasing that land to the people who are wanting to develop it?
Yeah. So I'd maybe refer to maybe refer you to paragraphs 25, 26 and 27 in the report. We have had our legal team come to some of the meetings we've held with the Trust to talk through their ideas for using what is Land on Reserves Act, under the Reserves Act. And we've had good conversations with the Trust to make sure that the purpose of what they'd be wanting to develop would fit that relatively easy. There'd still be a few processes would go through, but it would fit the recreational and sporting activities that are allowed under the Act, I believe.
So in terms of them using that land, are we going to be charging, you know, like a rental for the use of it, or what's the story there? That's kind of what I was asking.
Hold on, seeing up on my computer. Sorry. Yes, that is detail we would go through, but certainly there would be those kind of options if they're developing the site. We would look at how we would make that available and affordable for them to do that.
Thank you. I have another question, and that is, as we all know, that site is very, very noisy and right opposite a train track, which actually makes the ground jump up and down. Within their plans, and I know this is a detail that's not in here, but is there any within their plans ways to alleviate that noise and the vibration related to their activities in that what they want to develop?
I think we're too early in the piece with those designs to be able to answer that.
Thank you.
Councillor O'Malley.
My question really is around the remediation in general. I mean, no matter who ends up being the tenant or whatever relationship we go for with the Sims building, I would assume we can't just walk away from a hail site and not do any remediation.
I think I can't remember what, sorry, I'll just, yes, Councillor, I think that the issue has been that there's been no proposed use for this site before. Hence, we've not undertaken that remediation work, but with this trust proposal and other interesting ideas coming from the community, then it's obviously something we would wish to commit to if council approve this morning.
Or putting it another way, then we would either have to wait for the building to fall down because no one would go in there and it would have demolition by neglect, or otherwise, if we go to say, if some activity saves the building, then the remediation work will have to happen anyway.
Councillor, that is covered in the report, albeit briefly, in paragraph 24.
Actually, the question is more to clarify the thinking as terms of what we're committing our money to, in terms of the fact that even though the trust's coming forward with the proposal, the site itself is one that we have responsibility for, and we would presumably have to do remediation at some point or another anyway.
Correct, asbestos and geotechnical.
Yeah, I'm just clarifying that they're not necessarily, why they are linked, they're not incredibly linked, because we'd have to do it anyway. Correct? At some point.
Correct.
Thank you. The recommendation to note the report has been moved by Councillor Walker and seconded by Councillor Gary. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. And also just reiterating, of course, that we are just noting the Sims building update report. I just want to say hence one of my questions, just off the bat, a seriously big thank you to staff for meeting regularly with and building such a strong working relationship with the Port Chalmers Foundry Trust, and the answer you gave to my question just reconfirms that that has happened, and that's really positive to hear. And I'm not only encouraged, I guess, by the ongoing progress to find a suitable and positive community outcome, but I'm very encouraged that the with ratepayers potentially listening, that that the budget for remediation work can be found within the existing property capital renewals budget. So that's obviously a bit of a bonus. And if nothing else, this hopefully once and for all puts to bed, I guess, the earlier or over the year, those earlier to's and fro's between people out this way in Port Chalmers and council around, council promised this, they said this and they said that. So hopefully that is now put to bed. And I guess probably in closing, this is yet another good example, we've had a few today, of taking a step back and working positively together with interested parties to come to a resolution that benefits council, benefits our communities, and ultimately may result in yet another positive addition to our vibrant, and to use Councillor Benson Pope's word from earlier, quirky, confident and growing Dunedin. And I for one certainly look forward to whatever emanates at this site, and obviously urge you to vote for this. Thank you.
Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Worship. Yes, I'm happy to see this report. It comes from a resolution that came out of the long-term plan deliberations asking for a report to go with this. And I feel that process is an important component here. And I want to thank the Port Chalmers Foundry Trust and especially Chris Smith for all the work that they've been doing to date. But when we are interfacing with these community groups, I think we need to do it through this process so that we know exactly what we are committing ourselves to, and we have a paper trail to go along the decision-making process as to how and why we committed the money. So thank you very much, staff, for the report you've done. I want to thank particularly some of the senior staff for their interaction with the Foundry Trust. It's been the relationship between the council and the trust has been a very positive one, and I think demonstrates how we can actually work with these groups when they want to do things for our community. And as was noted in question time, the trust is not coming for us for the money for the building. Thank you.
Councillor Walker, your right of reply.
Yeah, just very briefly, I think it's worth noting that comment from Councillor O'Malley that, you know, that we really do need to be clear what we are committing to, and actually be clear and transparent about it, and if for nothing else, because that benefits not only us, but it also benefits those working really hard in the community to get things done.
Thank you. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Those against? That is agreed. I'll further move that we adjourn the meeting until 1 o'clock. Seconded, Councillor Gary. All those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? That is agreed. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome back. We're on item 20, annual plan budget update for galleries, libraries and museums, page 187 of the agenda. Welcome, Mr. Pickford. Any comments you wish to make at this point?
What is Rather?
Thank you. Your audio is scratchy, but we'll push on and see what happens. Questions, councillors. Councillor Vandevers.
I'm wondering that we have a large number of art galleries, public galleries, Ulverston, etc., none of which now have anything like the foot traffic that they used to, with the absence of overseas tourists, and why it is that we seem not to have reduced staff numbers accordingly. I understand the stadium reduced its staff numbers by 60%. Why is it that we maintain such high staff numbers on facilities that now have far less in the way of customers?
Councillor, the answer would vary depending on the facility we're talking about. So with Ulverston, for example, we do staff that on a as required basis. So if we have less visitors, we do obviously don't require as many staff to do the tours. The other facilities that are open 364 days a year, such as the gallery and Toitu, and Lanyuan, they require a basic number of staff in order to operate safely. So with the current levels of service operating those hours, we have to have a fixed number of staff, and that's what we've done. So, but we have looked across the board at ways that we can make savings. So we have, and obviously we've gone out in the case of Ulverston, and worked with the Petrol Guardian to get more funding externally to offset, as you say, that decrease in numbers.
Right. It is, however, a massive decrease in numbers, especially in the case of Ulverston, although I recognise the guided tours obviously were variable. My understanding is that the core staff numbers have stayed exactly the same. Is that the case or not?
The councillor, the core staff, very small number. So you've got the manager, plus you have a significant number of events that we've now taken on at Ulverston. So if you compare the number of events that we've had even during the COVID times, we've managed to do so many more, which has again increased that revenue. But you have to have a core number of staff looking after it. But the core number is very, very small. From memory, it's only 3 or 4. But there's obviously a large pool of visitor hosts. But those, as I said before, are only brought in when we have the tours. But we need staff to run those events as well. But of course, that brings in revenue, and those costs are covered.
So have you done something similar with Lanyuan, then the Chinese Garden?
So currently, as you're aware, we have those set opening hours at Lanyuan. That's the level of service in the long-term plan. So those hours are fixed. So we don't close facilities outside of those hours. So we have to have certain numbers of staff in order to ensure the health and safety of the visitors to those facilities.
Given that you've got much less than half the number of visitors, have you looked at halving the time that the facility would be open, say afternoons only?
So those are included within our current levels of service within in the 10-year plan. So it's not something we can just close.
So you're saying that because it's in the 10-year plan, you have to stay open even if there's nobody there?
Those levels of service are set in the 10-year plan. Those opening hours are set there. So we provide the staffing in order to meet those. And we do have an increasing number, albeit small at the moment, but we will build on that. So it is one of those things that we are looking to the longer term rather than the challenge we have at the moment, acknowledging that, but we will build on those numbers as we go.
Is your view that the longer term will include overseas tourists again?
Maybe perhaps not to the same degree, but we will build up our numbers again. And there are other ways, as I said before, that we are looking at bringing in more revenue, whether that's through events and encouraging locals to attend as well. And that's been another focus of one of the team, making sure that we're promoting what people have in their own backyard. So it's one of those things that we're constantly working on, and the team are doing a great job. But if you look at the commercial returns that the team have managed to achieve through their tours and through their shops offering and online now, it's significantly different than where we were 2 years ago.
Thank you very much for your answer.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Worship. My questions are along the same sort of thing, and I commend the efforts of the team. Being in the visitor industry, I know how stressful and how hard it has been to flip around to provide events and get domestic visitors along, etc. What I just want to question is around the revenue and financing policy. In 21-22 budgets, we changed the the rates money going into supporting Ulverston from $300,000 per annum to $600,000 per annum. Does that still carry through to the 22-23 budget?
I confirm, yes, it is, Councillor.
Okay, and then Lan Yuan went from 75% to 95% rates funded, and that's in the figures to be carried through to 22-23. Is that correct?
One moment, Gavin's just confirming, Councillor.
I guess my question is relating to, we've got the LTP here, which states that it's 33% rates funded for Ulverston, 75% rates funded for Lan Yuan, and there was an exception for 21-22, and I'm just wondering whether, I guess technically that might need to be updated for 22-23 so it doesn't continue on forever.
So it has carried through. So the Chinese Gardens does have some additional admission fees, recognising that they're anticipating an uplift.
So I guess my question is around that technicality. Is that in the LTP we have a certain statement of what our funding percentages are, and if we are to continue those on for 22-23, do we need to address that by passing a resolution to continue those? It seems a little messy.
So what we'll do is that, as we discussed earlier in the meeting, we will present a paper with the various revenue allocations between rates and fees and charges for deliberations in May, where we can update councillors on how they look for each activity.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. Mr. Pickford, can you just clarify, did we actually secure the funding from Perpetual Garden? I wasn't clear from your answer. Or is that an observation?
Yes, so some funding was transferred across Perpetual Guardian in the past, and that money is now coming across. The majority of it, I think, was coming into this year, but there's some coming into this year as well that we're talking about to offset costs. But that's in the order of 250,000, I think, from memory, that was sitting with Perpetual Guardian. So we've worked really well with them because we said that money was for a rainy day, and it's now is that day.
And I wonder if you could just clarify where they fit in for colleagues who may not have been involved in the Themen Gallery Management Committee.
So Perpetual represent the interests of the Themen family. Dorothy Themen passed in 66. This arrangement was set up. Ulverston was gifted to the city, and the trust basically worked with the Art Gallery Society and the City Council to run Ulverston. But then, as time has gone on, obviously Dunedin City Council has assumed responsibility given the health and safety obligations, and also the fact that it's such a significant part of the tourism offering for Dunedin.
Thank you. And I have two more questions. The second one is, it is the flip side of what you were talking about before in terms of the hosts or guides. Well, first of all, it's seasonal, is it not? And that's what you were referring to or alluding to. But the flip side is that they're mostly women. Is that correct? Mostly women hosts?
Primarily, I don't have the figures, but they will primarily be women, yes.
So, I mean, that would fit into the category of, as we heard after the first lockdown, would it not, of a woman in part-time and casual positions losing income, and so that would fit that, wouldn't it?
True, yes.
Final question, how close to the living wage was the Otago Museum paying its staff prior to this injection of money?
So talking to the museum, they did begin paying the living wage. However, they had to meet those costs from within their existing budgets, which meant they weren't able to do other things. So in conversations with Dr. Griffin, we identified that of a wish list of items that they wanted to put forward for consideration, living wage was the thing that was causing the most pain. And for them, I mean, it's the right thing to do. And given the cost, it seemed the most appropriate thing to put forward as an additional item for the Otago Museum support.
Excellent, thanks for your answers.
Councillor Lofisel.
Tēnā koe, Your Worship. Tēnā koe, Mr. Pickford. Tēnā korua, Ms. Graham and Mr. Logie. Thank you for the excellent work delivering on our requests. Forgive me for the random nature of this question, but it relates to paying the living wage to security provided for COVID. And I'm just wondering if you're aware or not. Anecdotally, I've heard that security guards who are employed in other duties outside the city facilities are paid not the living wage, and then when they're employed by us or by you to provide security for different facilities, then they pay the living wage. Is that something you were aware of, or was that a consequence of contracting these people?
Not sure whether Mr. Logie knows more. I don't have the answer to that, sorry, Councillor.
And neither do I, Councillor. We can certainly follow that up because we do pay the living wage and require our contractors to do that normally.
So just so we're clear, we require them to pay the living wage when they do participate on work for us. We can't compel a supplier to be living wage accredited for their entire portfolio, because obviously they have other businesses that needs to use their services. But certainly when they participate on our contract, then they're required to. And as we renew contracts, because obviously a number of our contracts are over longer term, then we work through the living wage with each tenderer.
Thank you.
Councillor Vanivus.
Pardon me, I had something to say, but not in question time. I should have dropped my hand. Excuse me.
That's fine, thank you. There are no questions. Would someone like to move the recommendations? Move, Councillor Houlihan. Thank you. Is there a seconder? Seconded, Councillor Gary. Councillor Houlihan. Oh, Councillor Vanivus.
This budget, basically, as I understand it, is for a status quo, certainly for core staff numbers, which existed 2 years ago now, when the majority of the people that these staff served were overseas tourists. I believe that although galleries and museums are not there to make a profit, neither are they there to maintain permanent jobs that no longer have customers to serve. It's been 2 years now. The number of visitors to the Chinese Garden, Ulverston, etc., is vanishingly small compared to what it used to be. And it's no fault of the people running those facilities, but at the same time, to expect the ratepayers to keep permanent jobs for positions that effectively no longer exist because the customers are not there to serve, to me is to use these facilities as a job creation scheme rather than, or at least a job maintenance scheme, rather than serving the public. The answer that we've had that the annual plan, the 10-year plan, doesn't permit a reduction of hours, and therefore the reduction of core staff in some of these facilities surprises me. But then if that's the case, I think we perhaps need to look at the annual plan. We need to bite the bullet on why it is that we are still maintaining such high permanent staff numbers in facilities that no longer have overseas tourists and are not likely to get overseas tourists of any number for some years to come. For these reasons, the recommendations of approving these draft budgets are not something that I can agree with. And I would like some indication of where we intend to go with all our galleries and museums. Or are we just going to continue to pretend that we've got all these extra overseas tourists and we've got all these extra numbers and we're going to keep the staff levels the same anyway? I don't believe we can afford it. I believe we have a sustainability crisis in the DCC, and to sustain jobs for customers that no longer exist is unsustainable. For those reasons, I can't agree with either of the recommendations.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. Very clearly, Councillor Vandervis doesn't quite understand how these facilities work. So as someone that's worked in
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Vandervis.
I do very clearly understand. I have been on the Ulverston Committee. I've been on the, when it was the Settlers Museum Committee.
Councillor.
I have a very detailed understanding of exactly how these operations work. What Councillor Gary has said is both defamatory and untrue.
Councillor Vandervis, the point of order is premature. I think at the very least, you should hear out the end of the sentence. And so at this point, I'm not going to uphold the point of order, sir, but you're welcome to raise any future objections you may have.
Thank you, Your Worship. I was going to say that as someone that's worked in 4 of the major attractions as a guide, sometimes called a host, in Dunedin, the fact of the matter is that there are not large numbers of permanent staff at all. There is a very large body of seasonal workers who are not brought in on a roster if there are no visitors or there are limited visitors. That is a fact. But there does have to be a core permanent group. And even if you've got it open at all, if you were to shut a facility, then let's just take Ulverston as an example. If you were to shut it down, you would still need a core staff in terms of maintenance. There are a number of, as you'll know, Councillor Vandervis, aspects of that regarding the insurance and so forth, that it would require people still to be on staff. Fewer, obviously, but there is a small permanent staff. And so I just want to give credit to Ulverston and the staff there in terms of the creativity they have had in terms of working out new attractions within the product, new products within the product to attract local visitors. And one of the things we need to keep in mind is that we need to be ready, visitor ready, for when visitors do come back. And I agree with you, Councillor Vandervis, it's not going to be anytime soon. But it will happen, and you only have to look at the interest that the royal treatment, the film The Royal Treatment, has generated, as many of colleagues will know from friends and family overseas, poised to visit and visit here because of what they've seen. So I would like to take my hat off to Ulverston staff for the work they've done in trying to vary the product and attract visitors. The other point I wanted to make was around the living wage, and I think that's a very worthwhile adjustment and important. And thank you, Mr. Pickford, for explaining how that worked in terms of what they were paying their staff and where it was coming from. And thank you to staff for their work with Perpetual Guardians to get that cash injection. It is a rainy day, and so that was very appropriate. So I'm more than happy to support the approval of these fees and charges. The only comment I'd make, though, is in relation to Ulverston. I've always found the variety of fees and charges confusing, and I wondered if there was ever an opportunity in the future to perhaps simplify that. And I've experienced that firsthand, and it's confusing for people, potential visitors, to know what they would be paying just because of such a range. But that's a minor point. So thank you to staff, happy to support. Thank you to the mover.
Thank you, Councillor Raddick.
Yes, well, I too would like to see less cost to the ratepayers from all of these facilities. However, similarly, on the other side of that coin, I applaud the efforts that have been made, especially in the case of Ulverston, actually, because by putting on a great many events and novelties and getting into the media and press and advertising to bring people through, engaging in a range of activities, which is very commendable. And I look forward to many more such things, and I'd like to see that extended to Lanyuan as well. I can report that there are efforts within the Art Gallery Society to do similar things with the art gallery, the Dunedin Public Art Gallery, which of course puts on a lot of events in its own right. But the Art Gallery Society is looking to complement those events from within its own ranks and its own volunteer efforts simultaneously. So in the meantime, of course, the facilities, the buildings are there. Even if they were mothballed for the duration, it would still require staff and people to look after the artifacts and look after and maintain the facilities. So as we've seen with other places, with other items around Dunedin that are mothballed, expense still ensues. So I think by and large, the team are doing a great job, and I would like to see, that commercial lens put over things to try and maximize the income as we go forward. But there is a lot of domestic tourism happening in the country at the moment. So, constant development of programs, attractions, and things of interest for domestic travellers are the critical thing over the next couple of years. But I think I do support the budget as it sits.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Worship. As a tourism professional who's worked in management at many of these, many visitor attractions, private visitor attractions, and those belonging to a trust, I absolutely understand the industry and the challenges that it faces. We've all got thoroughly sick of the word pivot, and as I mentioned earlier, I did commend Ulverston team on the way they had pivoted and had changed their offering to the market. When we think about why we are doing the work we're doing, why we changed our rate support for Ulverston and for Lanyuan, was to keep them viable and to keep them open for the future. We see that central government put millions and millions of dollars into the Strategic Asset Tourism, APP STEP program to protect a lot of these assets. There was at least $500,000 each, probably $2.5 million came into Dunedin from central government to help protect those assets. Unfortunately, as council, we weren't able to get some of that money, but we still do need to support our attractions for the future. When we talk about the domestic versus international tourists, Tourism New Zealand had said that they expected or hoped that international tourism would rebound and be at the level that it was before in about 5 years' time. And we also see the huge amounts of money that central government have put into promoting domestic tourism and also on product development to keep it going and to be ready for when the floodgates open. I think that Enterprise Dunedin got, I think it's around $1.6 million to help support tourism. So for me, I do want to see us continue to support these amazing attractions. It's Gongi Fa Choi, Happy Chinese New Year today, so we can be grateful that we have Lan Yuan as part of those part of our Chinese heritage to celebrate that with, and we were very lucky to have the gift of Ulverston back in 1967, and it is important for us to continue those. I do completely take Councillor Vandervis's points on the financial control of those assets as well, and I do understand the difference between the overheads, which is keeping those things open, paying the insurance, making sure the assets don't deteriorate, which is of vital importance, versus, as Councillor Gary mentioned, the people that are on those, I guess they're almost 0-hour contracts. It's really hard to be a tour guide at the moment. So I will be supporting this, and I look forward to everybody doing better next year.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll speak in support of this briefly. We often have a tendency around this table and at these meetings to fixate on the visitor and the visitors who may or may not be coming to the city. This is the operating budgets for our galleries, libraries and museums, and the hint of where our focus should be is largely in the name of some of them, namely the Dunedin Public Art Gallery and Dunedin Public Libraries. The primary focus of these institutions and the primary role that they play in our city is serving our community for the many and varied benefits that come with that. And it's great that visitors from wherever they come from, domestically or internationally, want to share in the stories that we tell in our Social History Museum or access the facilities available through the Dunedin Public Libraries while they are here. But that is not the primary function of those institutions. And we've heard that basically there are minimum numbers of staff that need to be in those facilities for them to keep the doors open. And I think that's the salient point here. Often we have advocates politically who would argue that we couldn't or that we shouldn't be increasing the rates, and all too often point to capital projects they disagree with as justification for how we might achieve that, when the reality is for us to not increase the rate take, we would need to carve out significant amounts of money from our operational budgets. And that does mean, as has been suggested here, closing the door on libraries and museums and galleries, whether it's by shortening days or closing some days or whatever. And I think we are right to not countenance that as an option, regardless of the international tourism market, that we would then take that as an opportunity to shut down access of our own local communities to facilities and treasures and educational opportunities and everything that comes with having a rich and vibrant cultural institutional sector, one that we have inherited from very forward-looking settlers who managed, among other things, to invest a great deal of both money and importance in building up these very collections and institutions. And I think by cutting off access to them because of the whims of the international tourism market is unconscionable in my view. And thankfully, whenever that opportunity has presented itself, particularly through last year's 10-year plan, we have resisted the urge to do that politically and maintain the levels of service to our community from these cultural institutions, and long may that continue. Councillor Houlihan, your right of reply.
Oh, thank you. I didn't think you'd notice my hand up. Yeah, I wasn't going to speak, but when I heard Councillor Vandervis's comments, I had to say something. And so thank you for getting people talking, Councillor Vandervis. So as a city, I do not agree that we should be shutting up all our facilities. I don't think we want to give the message that we're shut up and not open for business. What it means is, if we do that we've been, we're not going to provide jobs, we lose income, we lose money in our communities. That reflects and flows on to our businesses, that then have no one to spend money in them, it hurts everyone in our economy. And I'd love to think we give out the message that we're a city that's getting knocked down like every other city, but we get back up again. And history shows that when the pandemic hit over 100 years ago, that things were buoyant as anything after, you know, you had to wait a few years. So we've got a bit of time yet to wait, who knows how long, but it will change. And as I keep saying to people, and I have to tell myself sometimes, is that it will get better and it will not remain like this all the time. And to hit the arts sector particularly is, I understand where you're coming from, that you want to save dollars and, you know, you don't want to see people lose their jobs either, but that's what would happen. Is the arts sector has been one of the hardest hit, along with businesses who are struggling, you know, and unfortunately the worst is probably yet to come, where we're going to have absences with people sick and they will have to cover those costs, because at the moment the government isn't footing up for that, and hopefully that changes. But, you know, I really hope the message goes out to everyone that we're a city that if we get knocked down, we get back up again.
Thank you, Councillor. Whoever had Chumbawamba in the sweepstake for first musical recording artist to be referenced in debate, well done. I'll take the vote. Those in favour? Those against? That is agreed. Thank you. Item 21.
Recorded, please.
Councillor Vandervis's vote recorded against. That is fine. Item 21 is the annual plan budget update for community and planning. Mr. Pickford. There he is. Welcome. Anything from you or your team?
No, nothing. Happy to take questions.
That's fine. Questions, councillors? There appear to be none. Would someone like to move the resolutions per the order paper? Moved. Councillor Lawfisel, seconded. Councillor Benson Pope, would you like to speak to it, councillor?
Very, very briefly, just to record our thanks to the staff for again consistently delivering for this part of our work in these days, delivering as we've asked. And thank you for your perseverance and your keeping on with the mahi and answering our questions. And just like to acknowledge all the staff who are coping with vaccine mandates and all that stuff, and also continuing to serve our community at large. And I think although our agenda and the way we work breaks these things up into bits and pieces, we actually have to put them together as part of a coherent vision that actually is visionary and keeps on and holds the line with respect to our vision for the city. And we may never see parts of that investment. That's fine, because people's great grandchildren and future generations will. And so the concept of cutting costs when things are getting too high, or trying to rein in costs and expenditure, is, in my opinion, nonsensical. So hope everyone votes for this.
Thank you, Councillor Vandervis.
Could I ask that A and B be taken separately?
Oh, that's fine.
Vote.
Yep. You're not wishing to speak to it?
No, thank you.
That's fine. Councillor Raddick.
So I would just like to make the comment that perhaps the title, for the purposes of this debate, be changed to community and replanning, because the staff have got so much work to do replanning all of the events and costs and expenses that go with. So well done under very trying circumstances.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm pretty sure planning refers to consents, etc. But I would echo your your comments. While the impacts of COVID-19 protections on the events industry are well traversed in the private sector and on private promoters in particular, we certainly are not immune to that. And I just want to acknowledge all of the work that, speaking of people putting in work that may not be realised, all of the effort that staff and the events team have put into to public events that will not see the light of day due to the current pandemic situation that we are in. It is an extraordinarily trying time for all in that industry, public or private, and it's certainly been thinking of them in recent weeks. Councillor Benson Pope.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to echo that, but also say thank you to the staff who put a lot of extra work into managing events that also don't see the light of day but do happen, because consents are much more difficult to manage now because of the separation issues that we are confronting. And so it's a bit of a shout out. Thank you to the GSOs in particular who have been involved, not just in organising us, but in organising outsiders and applicants for various consents of various kinds. Thank you.
Yeah.
Further speakers? Councillor Lawfuso, your right of reply. No, I will take the clauses separately. Part A, to approve the operating budget for the community and planning group. Those in favour?
Aye.
Those against?
Recorded, please.
Thank you. And B, approve the draft fees and charges scheduled for the community and planning group. Those in favour? Those against? That is agreed. Thank you. Item 22 on page 202. Additional support for Task Force Green. Mr. Pickford, Ms. Lanini, welcome back. Anything you wish to offer at this point?
No, we're happy to take the report as read.
Thank you. Questions? There appear to be no questions of staff. Someone planning on moving something? Councillor Barker.
Kia ora, thank you, Your Worship. I would like to move option 1, increase the amount of vouchers to eligible Task Force Green volunteers by $5 to $25.
Thank you. Is there a second for that? Seconded, Councillor Lawfuso. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor?
I think we've all read the report. We all know the amazing work that Task Force Green does for the city. It's a fantastic service, I guess, that is not often seen, I guess, by the public. We've certainly had seen things where they've removed a graffiti immediately, which has been amazing. And I think it's about time that the amount was put up. I think that the $20 has been going on for an awfully long time, and inflation is rapidly catching up. And I think it's great for the city to be able to show their gratitude for the work that Task Force Green does and for the opportunities that provides.
Thank you. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, and I think it's important to say this is on top of other benefits that the participants get, because if you hadn't read the, if people watching this hadn't read it, they would think this was all. I'm very much in support of this increase, and I just want to ask if we were to have gone with increasing the supervisors, what no, sorry. I wanted to refer to the pastoral care, actually, item 22, paragraph 22. And I wanted to just ensure that colleagues knew and mention the extraordinary pastoral care that the team leader does with the participants. I have had this recounted to me by a parent, and the time of going to work with this group is very beneficial to many of the participants. Some are only there for a short time until they find other employment, and I have had it recounted to me just how valuable this is for people in that transition period. So wonderful work being done, and fully support the increase. Thank you to the mover.
Thank you, Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. Not too much to add above and beyond. And thank you to the mover, Councillor Barker, above what they've herself and Councillor Gary have said. Certainly living in the West Harbour part of Dunedin, we benefit from the fantastic, phenomenal work of Task Force Green. I just want to put it on record. Just the gratitude to Rick and everyone under his leadership. It's a phenomenal asset, and to be honest, $5 is welcome, but also I think the work they do is worth far more than that. And I'm glad we went this way rather than expanding it. I think paragraph 24 makes it quite clear that there are risks in expanding the program without the resources the team leader is working, because he's working capacity at the moment. So this seems like a good first step, and something that perhaps we can revisit in the future. But certainly, I think all of us will come together and putting on record our gratitude to Task Force Green and everything they do.
Thank you, Councillor Elder.
I too want to support this group. Rick does a wonderful job of pastoral care and support, and so does the whole group. And in fact, they effectively are like a family in the sense of supporting each other and enjoying working together and giving back to the community. In the past, when I was a consultant getting people into work, it has enabled a lot of people to get those work skills on their way back into work after a time out, and that is invaluable. And so this nominal increase, which I remember it was $20 a number of years ago, this nominal increase is just a token really of our support for this wonderful program, and I congratulate Rick and the team for doing such a wonderful job.
Thank you, Councillor Reddick.
Yes, I do worry that it is a little bit token, and perhaps we could have gone with 30, however. 25, and there seems to be general agreement for that. However, I do think it would be worthwhile into the future if we were to keep an eye out for another team leader, if such a person happened to come along, and then we can revisit it as the time, as the occasion might arise, so that we could form another parallel group and have twice as many volunteers working in this system, because that would provide an element of future proofing, but also twice the output. And there's no question as to the value that these guys provide to the community, but also to the wider considerations of health, especially for themselves, doing this very, I suppose, worthwhile and productive and fulfilling job in the community. It is a very good and safe place for those people to be working and finding fulfillment within themselves. So if we could magnify that ×2, I think that would be very worthy of consideration. Of course, the critical thing is finding the appropriate team leader, but such a person may well arise in the fullness of time or as we're going along the way. And then I'd like to think that council could reconsider that situation in the moment it arises.
Thank you, Councillor. The tendency generally is to decide that staff are needed and then go and look for them, rather than wait for someone to wander past and then create a job for them. But Councillor Vandevers.
I agree with all the comments that have been made so far, but would like people to consider that the $20 that's paid really is just a token. And it's a token of our appreciation for volunteers. When you start index linking tokens or increasing tokens by a percentage or whatever, the monetary focus, I think, has a risk of detracting from the fundamental and very important concept of volunteering. To me, the $20 or the $25 is actually pretty much irrelevant, and it'll probably be irrelevant even for the people receiving it. What they are giving is their volunteered work and effort, which, to start trying to put a number value on or to try and increase the percentage value of the token, I think is something of a slippery slide. So I don't object to it, but I would warn that we need to ensure that these people are treated completely as volunteers, that the volunteering is what is really appreciated, their work, and that we're not somehow going to keep increasing the nominal token of our appreciation.
Thank you, Councillor Lord.
Yeah, I wasn't going to speak to this, but I actually just wanted to disagree entirely with the previous speaker. I feel that some of these people are not it's not in the same league as someone like perhaps Councillor Staines that donates his time to help work as a governor on a local, you look at the interest register, different things that different councillors do, but some of these people don't have a lot of choice. They struggle to get employment, and the value of their volunteering, I'd be quite honest, I would have been happy to double this, and I was just sad that I wasn't quick enough to suggest as much, because, you know, for some of these people, the cost of even getting to work in their cars won't cover the cost of their volunteering. And yes, I realise that the volunteering is something they choose to do, but the alternatives that some of them have is not always that good. So I just think we shouldn't be at all stingy in this, and I would have been more than happy to pay considerably more. You know, $20 is absolutely nothing. It's couldn't even buy, or you know what you can buy with it, but it's not much. So yeah, I just think don't be don't be sort of pandering to them and suggest that this is their joy to volunteer. Some of them just simply don't have that choice, and I reckon we should do a lot more for them than what we do, and they do an amazing work.
Kia ora, Councillor. Councillor Houlihan.
Yes, I wasn't going to say anything either, but I thought I'd pop in as well, is that my understanding of Task Force Green is that it was initially brought out, I could be wrong, someone correct me if I am, but initially brought out to try to get people into work. So people who couldn't perhaps get work went, and sometimes I think on the Task Force Green they use people who are on PD, possibly. I'm not sure how often that and how regular that is, but certainly it has been a very good bridge. And I know early on, whether it's done this way now, I'm not sure, I've lost touch with it, but you could employ Task Force Green people and you got paid a subsidy in your business. So it meant that they got experience, and the businesses got people come in that were working, and they could pay them a bit less because the government topped up that subsidy. And that seemed to initially anyway work really well. So I think certainly, and particularly, I'd love to see it, it's probably already done, but encourage it more for people who are coming out of school as well. And, just to get into roles and get some experience through that Task Force Green is seemed quite a good step for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Further speakers? Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Worship, and thank you for everyone for your support. And I wish on hearing you that I had gone for the higher number, because we do obviously all value the work that that Task Force Screen contribute to the city. When I looked through the report, it mentioned, and I just mentioned the graffiti, but there is a lot of environmental work that Task Force Screen do: maintenance of walkways, native bush, public domains, cemeteries and recreational areas. They also help council by installing signs, delivering notices, providing cleanups, weed management and minor maintenance, which are really important for them, for their well-being and for the well-being of all of our community. I also take on board what Councillor Gary mentioned about the pastoral care, and I think that's a really important part of what was provided. I just want to touch on Councillor Raddick, because I guess the reason I put my hand up late was I was aware that Councillor Raddick actually initially moved that a report be requested on Task Force Screen and options for additional support. So I did note option 2, which was to increase the amount of volunteers, and I see that in the report here, it does say that because of low unemployment that this was actually a risk at this time, and I would hope that we would look at it in the future. So I think thank you to the Task Force Green volunteers, thank you to everybody that supports them, and thank you hugely to the work that they do for the city and our token amount that we contribute to them.
Thank you, Councillor. I don't want anyone to leave their regrets on the table. You are able to amend the motion should you choose, with the support of the seconder and with the leave of the meeting.
May I request the leave of the meeting, please, to change the amount to $30?
The seconder was Councillor Lawfiso. It's a procedural motion from my understanding. So all those in favour? All those against? That's agreed. And now we will put that motion. All those in favour? And all those against? That is agreed. Thank you. Item 23, annual plan budget update for economic development. And my incapacity to say that sentence out loud justifies what I was about to say, which was that I would anticipate taking an afternoon break after this item. I dare not say out loud whether or not I anticipate us getting through the remainder of the agenda on this, the second of 3 days set down for it. Mr. Christie, anything from you?
Happy to take the report as read, Your Worship.
That is absolutely fine by me. Councillor Staines.
Thank you, Worship, and welcome, Mr. Christie. I notice in your budget that overall is a 3.7% decrease, and I can see that that's come from a couple of items, one in revenue and one in personnel costs. The thing that concerns me is just whether that will impact on the activities and initiatives that Enterprise Dunedin are doing, or whether you're comfortable that all the work that's scheduled can be achieved within that budget.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Staines. The changes that you have alluded to, one is for the external revenue that Enterprise Dunedin got to support the Otago Regional Economic Development work. That funding was provided by Kanoa and is now ceased. That contract is being fully delivered and won't be continuing into the next financial year. And the other is just an internal transfer cost. So I am confident that we can continue to deliver not only at the current level of delivery, but probably some additional items as well, given that we have increased STAT funding and we still have the code project funding, both of which are funded out of our current reserves.
So those two items, they don't show in this budget, do they?
No, they do not. They are held in reserves and drawn down as the projects are undertaken.
So one of the things that concerns me is that we have some sectors that have been quite badly hit by COVID-19 and will be over the next few months as the Omicron wave goes through. And probably we need to be thinking about how we react once that wave has gone through. Do you see any need in that within this budget period for additional expenditure as you know, when we get to that point that we are comfortable that people will start moving around? You know, I'm assuming we won't see too much international travel, maybe only from Australia, but we still want to get our share of it. And for our hospitality and tourism industries, they will be at the point of breaking by then, I would think. And so there's probably a need to invest more in that area.
Yeah, so we have additional funding, the government's tourism community support recovery and research reset plan funding. That's the new version of the STAT funding. We have $1 million that has been allocated to various projects, and what we're currently working on is how we will best utilise that funding to ensure that we have the appropriate support for the tourism and hospitality sectors in particular at the time they're going to need it. And we have a report coming to Economic Development Committee next week which outlines some of those projects. You'll see that many of those projects are yet to be fully worked up because we still require a little bit more analysis on what will be needed by those sectors as we go into the next financial year. So that funding to an extent can be extended, with MBF being very generous in extending the timelines, given that obviously we keep going into various forms of lockdown and red light that is affecting that sector. So that funding should be available into the next financial year as well.
Thank you. And Your Worship, I'm happy to move the recommendations when you get to that point.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I'm happy to second. Mr. Christie, I just wanted to check in with you about on page 213, the film permit fee and what the thinking was around that increase and the amount of the increase.
Just a straight technical one to include the GST onto those permit fees.
And was there a reason we hadn't done that before?
I believe it's just a straight oversight, and the permit fees, councillors will be aware, is a tool that we use to engage with the sector. So for us, it's not about the revenue generation, it's actually about getting those that are wanting to do this type of work in the city to engage early on with us so that we can give them the best service from council that we can.
Excellent. And my second question is more of a tangential one, which refers to a discussion we had a little earlier this afternoon. And it's about, I mean, it would be crystal ball gazing to wonder about when visitors might return. And last night, I don't know if any colleagues or yourself watched the program on cruise. And it seems to me that's not going to come back anytime soon. But what is your sense of whenever that return of international visitors occurs? Is it going to be a floodgate, do you think, from the feedback you're getting? And I was particularly referencing the royal treatment and the kinds of reception that has had, you know, number one globally for Netflix, number one in the US for Netflix, and that kind of thing.
Yes, it's a very difficult question to answer with any accuracy, as I'm sure you can appreciate, but we are seeing quite a lot of international interest in visiting New Zealand and Dunedin as a destination. The pre-planning of most people's holidays starts with the dream phase, the dreaming and planning, and then the actual booking. So, you know, I'm confident that we will be on people's list of places to visit as and when they feel comfortable to do so, and as and when the markets open back up. So as to when that will be,
I deliberately didn't ask when because I think that's a bit tough to answer, but thank you. That's an interesting comment around the dream phase. And I guess people overseas, would it be true that folk overseas are at a different point perhaps in the COVID journey, if you like, and maybe ready quite quickly when our borders do open? Would that be a fair comment?
It's certainly a fair comment, and I understand from some of our colleagues in China that there is a very high degree of interest in people wanting to book overseas trips, and I'm sure that is replicated with other countries. I do think Australia will be certainly a country that when the borders do open, we'll see a lot of friends and family wanting to reconnect. And that would be for us a very significant market that we would be looking at in the initial opening of any borders.
That's interesting because that's the feedback I've got. We've certainly got friends and family poised, ready to come. Thanks for your answers, Mr. Chris.
Councillor Elder.
Thank you for all the work that the Economic Development Unit do. In essence, to me, it seems like presently, in fact, if anything, with the crisis that we're in fact, investment in economic development is actually even more critical to our economy's recovery. And I was just wondering what your commentary is around the supports that the government has given to the Economic Development Unit in regards to events, tourism and business support as we work these things through in our community.
I think there's been a range of initiatives that have supported our business community, and the most directly impacted are obviously the tourism sector and hospitality sector currently. The government has put funding into those areas, as well as general business support packages that Business South is utilising and has access to across Otago and Southland. So I believe there is some good resources there. It is a challenge to get that balance right, and I'm sure that some of our businesses would like more, but it's particularly challenging times for some of them, and there's not an endless bucket of money for people to be able to access, unfortunately. I think one of the things that we have done well is supporting our local businesses and supporting particularly those that we can, where we know it's going to have the greatest impact. So I think as we continue to see the economic conditions biting for some of those sectors, the more we can do to support them, the more chance they have of getting through this next wave of the red light system and hopefully back to a new normal.
Thank you.
Any further questions? No. It's been. I'll mute you, Councillor, to save us the feedback loop. It's been moved by Councillor Staines and seconded by Councillor Gary. Councillor Staines, would you like to speak to it?
Thank you, Your Worship. Firstly, I'd just like to thank Mr. Christie and the Enterprise Dunedin team for the work they've done over the last 12 months. It hasn't been the easiest time to deal with COVID issues and the impacts that they're having on your economy. In moving the recommendations, I note that we will need to give some consideration to the approach we take when we get through the COVID wave. Some of the sectors, business sectors in Dunedin have been very badly hit, particularly hospitality and tourism. And we will need to do considerable planning and may need to vote additional funding towards the initiatives that will be needed to try and kickstart, if you like, those sectors that have been badly impacted. The timing of that is pretty hard to pick, but if we look at the forecasting for the Omicron wave, if you like, I suspect that there will become a point within the 2022-23 year, probably close to the end of this calendar year or early in 2023, when it will be appropriate to start pushing and getting, well, if you like, showing our wares to the population of New Zealand and Australia to try and kickstart tourism. So as we come to deliberations in May and the final adoption of the plan, we may want to give some consideration to those funding lines. And if there is a little bit left in the budget, that we have some plans that can be considered for funding. Thank you.
Councillor Elder.
As I alluded to in my questions, I believe that actually, if any time we need the Economic Development Unit and the support for our businesses, particularly hospitality, tourism and events, but all of our businesses, given Omicron and the impacts it's going to have, then in fact, I think I support Councillor Staines' request to actually consider how we help our whole economy in Dunedin to recover, given the circumstances we're in, and whether that does need further investment or what are the needs and how can we support. So I will support this, but at the same time, I do believe that, you know, a healthy economy enables people to have healthy incomes and be involved in the community and participate in society. And I think at this point, they're going for a really hard time. So I just echo Councillor Staines's points.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. In seconding this motion, I concur with Councillor Staines's points, but I particularly want to focus on two aspects. It certainly is a tough gig for tourism operators at present and hospo, and the uncertainty and the feeling of risk in those businesses is extremely high, a lot of anxiety. But on the plus side, I want to just comment on the work of Enterprise Dunedin in a couple of areas, because I think it's particularly relevant at this time. And one is retrospectively around Plan D. I was having a conversation with a young man who has moved his whole family here for the lifestyle that we offer in Dunedin. And I said to him the other day, you are an amazing advertisement for this place. And he said often when he flies back to Wellington, you know, he has conversations with friends and colleagues, and he talked about Plan D as being just the quintessential spot-on approach to reflect this quirky city with character that it is. And so what the point I want to make from that is we need to continue to have confidence in our approach as we go forward. We've got it so right in the past, and that was just an epiphany, really. And the other one is around the extraordinary efforts around film. And I know it's been controversial in the wider community around those trying to get MIQ spots and allowing those a few pivotal people from film to come in, but it has generated, in the case of the royal treatment, for example, what that has generated for our city, let alone New Zealand. I've had friends and family writing and saying, you live in paradise, and they just cannot get over this city and its extraordinary views and environment. And I want to note Anthony Deaker's work in film in that regard. And it was a delight to me to see friends and family and neighbours in that movie. That was delightful. And there were so many people employed. It provided that employment at a time when that particular group, arts and culture, was hit so badly. So great work. We need to have the courage to continue it. And I've no doubt it's going to be challenging in the future, but I have confidence that we will make good decisions in that regard and resource this group if they need more resources in the future to do their work, their really important work. Thank you for the opportunity to second the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. My battery seems to be just about running out, so hopefully I can carry on talking to you. Yes, I support what Councillor Staines was saying about if there is anything that we can do, probably financially, would, you know, if there's not a time when you need some help or support financially or otherwise, it would be now. You know, for businesses particularly, things are really tough. And of course, as we've mentioned, the arts sector as well. So I would definitely support having some sort of support package. And I agree with Councillor Gary around the film. I think my daughter and I sat and watched it the other day. I'm sorry to say I thought the acting was a bit crap, but the Larnax Castle, Councillor Barker, looked amazing, absolutely amazing. And, you know, those gardens with the trellis thing as they walk through just looked beautiful. And Vogel Street did look like another part of the world. It was just, you know, it was really special. And the Fable looked good. Everything that they showed, it was like, oh, there's that. So it's lovely to see our city, you know, on the screen, which was great. And that does have actually feeds on that for years and years to come with movies. If people don't know whether anyone have watched it a second time, but anyway, it was great for the you know, for the filming, which is really good. And thank you. That's all I have to say right now.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Worship. The royal treatment is not quite Lord of the Rings, which has sparked tourism for many, many years. And I did watch the film with friends and whānau, and it showcased Dunedin amazingly. And I note that the stars of the film have 10 million followers themselves and have been busy. Oh, that's just on Instagram, and have been busy mentioning Dunedin and showing all the pictures of what they've been doing. So the I was going to say repercussions, the positive impacts of this filming certainly go on and on and on. So big thanks to the film sector here who looked after the royal treatment and enabled this to happen. We certainly heard great feedback from anybody that was involved, and it was great to see some people that we knew, including our ex-mayor Peter Chin, starring in the movie. That was pretty cool. I also just want to talk about the tourism, and of course the tourism sector, of which I have intimate involvement, has been absolutely devastated by COVID, and it's been great to see the central government support for tourism. I mentioned earlier the $1.6 million that was given, that's enabled around 15 projects to be kicked off by Enterprise Dunedin, and I think that's a great shot in the arm for a new. I think we were looking at a refreshed destination plan, but now we're looking at a new destination plan due to be finished around March. Product development work in March, the destination plan perhaps around April, and I think that will help inform what Councillor Staines was talking about, is where to from here. What are we going to do in the future? What are our assets? What are we going to concentrate on? So when we need that shot in the arm, we will have the strategic preparedness to look at that. I also volunteer for a company that got some of the central government money for the support for moving businesses online and marketing, etc. And I really do want to thank central government for helping the businesses, thank Enterprise Dunedin for their help, and thank Business South also for their amazing support to businesses in this time, for an Enterprise Dunedin for all the communication. It was a bit confusing working with businesses and understanding exactly what was available, and it's great to see the leadership from those key organisations in the city. I will be supporting this motion, by the way, and I look forward to the work that's in progress that will be ready by May, and that will help inform any future decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Staines, your right of reply.
I'm fine, thank you.
Thank you. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Those against? That is agreed. And as indicated at this point, I'll move that we adjourn the meeting until 2:35. Seconded, Councillor Gary. All those in favour? Those against? That's agreed. Thank you. Welcome back, people. We're on item 27, annual plan budget update for governance and support services. Ms. Graham and Mr. Logie will speak to the report. Do you have anything to offer by way of introduction?
Nothing to add. I mean, a number of the items have already been canvassed, particularly in the Chief's opening report.
That's fine. Questions, councillors? Councillor Raddick.
Yes. So the $5 million dividend from DCHL was placed in this area and then redistributed around the council for the purposes of depreciation, correct?
Correct.
Yes. And so can it be said that depreciation is fully funded and spent on repairs and maintenance areas across all departments?
So I wouldn't use the term fully funded. We predominantly fund depreciation. Transport is an area of challenge, particularly as NZTA have restricted the amount of money available for renewals. So your councillors may remember that when we did the 10-year plan, we did talk about that there was a degree of renewals that we may have to fund in the short term until those funding levels get to back to where they need to be.
Right, but those renewals that for funding, that is in line with depreciation, or we're just not. So what are you saying, that the whole amount that should be funded, we're only funding our half and the NZTA half is falling by the wayside?
No, there is an element of renewals that we are funding from debt as opposed to income.
Right. Yes, okay, thank you.
Further questions? Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. I wonder if you could unpick for me the paragraph 9A around the BIS increase in expenses.
So again, as we discussed yesterday, this cost reflects a number of things, particularly us having to respond to the cybersecurity threats that are currently predominant in the sector, but also the fact that we've had to increase our infrastructure to allow people to work from home as people transition between the office and working from home through this COVID environment. So that involves a number of items where we need to have the appropriate security and authentication checks in place.
Thank you. Yeah, that's understood. And just to clarify and ensure that I'm clear on this, so 9B around the local body elections, I imagine I understand that's every 3 years and it's reinstated in the 3rd year. Is that right?
Correct.
That's correct, although our costs this year for the election are higher than years past.
And that's because
we're not
postage.
Partly the cost of postage has increased, but also with health boards changing, we're not able to apportion costs in a way that we used to for those elections.
Thank you for explaining that.
Councillor Elder.
Thank you, Chair. Just looking at personnel costs and expenditure, and point 2, additional resources are made to projects and procurement teams to enable more efficient project delivery and insourcing. I was just wondering, a question I have is, in the long term, this resourcing, do you see this as enabling a decrease in consultancy costs in the long term? And also the other corollary is an increase in savings due to more efficient contracts and such like.
Yes, to a lesser reliance on consultants and being cheaper. When it's already proven to be a cheaper service to run in-house than having the PMO provided entirely by consultants. And as to the second part, we'll find efficiencies in any number of ways in the procurement process, but whether we are able to identify exact savings, I'm not sure. but we will certainly have better, more robust contracts and have better visibility over what we're getting for our money.
Thank you.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Worship. Again, to personnel costs, I just want to unpick the carbon zero work. Last plan for 21-22, we allowed financing, I guess, budget for another 6 FTEs plus $860,000 for this year's plan, and this also has more staff. And I'm just wondering, are all of these new positions going into corporate policy, and how big is the carbon zero team going to be?
One of these roles is the role you're referencing is a 0.8 position that is doing our sustainability work that had previously been fixed term, and the fixed term contract is finishing, and so we are continuing that work.
So we will have, is it 6.8 team members in the zero carbon work? Is that correct?
No.
Level of detail.
I don't have that level of detail, and I'll have to check, but I don't think that while we're calling it carbon zero work, I think it's more broader than just the corporate policy team, and it's looking at how we do some of the sustainability engagement that we've talked about doing.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Vandervis.
Mr. Logie just said, I believe, that renewals, some renewals are funded from debt. Does that fit with a sustainable model, and does it fit with a balanced budget if you're funding renewals that is, say, maintenance from debt? Isn't that what Aurora did and got into trouble?
So just so we're clear, when we did the finance strategy, we talked about this and talked about the fact that we need to get our level of funding back to a sustainable level. One of the challenges we have is NZTA funding is predicated on what they want to give us rather than what we necessarily always need. So therefore, there is always going to be an element where we may have to fund in the short term some of those renewals.
And what, Gavin, if I might, the quantum roughly? But it's not much.
It's not much, but there is an element of it.
So it's a relatively minor amount of the overall program, and we can get you that figure because it was signed off in the 10-year plan.
If NZTA don't deliver what we hoped, why don't we simply operate within our means and operate within what they do give us?
If you can recall the 10-year plan discussions, that relates to levels of service. And so we are using we are funding some of our renewal work, most notably on footpaths and road resurfacing ourselves, because NZTA are not funding to a level where we continue to maintain that level of service. And we know we have issues with both roads and footpaths.
Right, so why don't we pull back on something else to pay for the roads and footpaths that we have issues with? Why don't we live within our means is my question, and it's a question I've asked at the beginning of this meeting, and I find it difficult to understand how it is that the idea of living within our means seems to be foreign to this council.
What this report does, Councillor, is report on what was agreed in the 10-year plan and provide updates on any exceptions to that. So we are simply updating councillors on that which you've already agreed to.
I understand that. However, you have said that renewals funded from debt are something that has been done in the past, and it appears we're going to continue to do. Have I picked that up correctly?
No, you haven't, and that's not what we said, I don't think. I think what Mr. Logie said, and he will jump in, is that in the 10-year plan, we flagged that there was an issue with the level of funding we were getting from Waka Kotahi, and that we, in the short term, in order to maintain levels of service, we needed to provide a small amount of renewal funding by way of debt, but that we would continue to work with Waka Kotahi till we could get that money back to a sustainable level. And that's what we're doing.
And we've done that in the past, and we intend doing it in the future as well, judging from what Mr. Logie has said.
No, so we can't we don't have first-hand knowledge with us of what's been done in the past, but what we are referencing is the decisions this council took as part of the 10-year plan.
Thank you.
Councillor O'Malley.
I know we're on item 27. I just want to follow those questions up, though. It's my understanding that the issue that we face is that the National Land Transport Fund comes out with its co-payments and renewals statements after long-term plans have been generated by councils. Is that correct? And that in fact, that's what this issue really is largely a timing issue, and that with the COVID lockdowns, Waka Kotahi had significantly less income because it gets so much of its money from the petrol tax, that it suffered an acute funding crisis, I guess might be the best way to describe it.
Mr. Drew is texting me, so just check, let me just see. Mr. Drew can answer that.
That's correct, councillor. The council's budgets are set before the funding from the National Land Transport Fund was announced in the last long-term plan that we're in, and that the Waka Kotahi did have some funding constraints due to decreased revenue. The other I guess point to acknowledge is that and this is a New Zealand Inc. problem, the budgets to maintain levels of service are built on asset management plans, and I think there are a number of councils have requested a level of funding based on asset management plan, and those budget constraints from our co-funder Waka Kotahi have been felt across New Zealand.
Right. I think you pretty much summed it up. Thank you.
Councillor Reddick.
Thank you. I'm just wondering, well, two questions, but firstly, I'll speak to what similarly has been spoken to just now. Can it be said that the need for extra renewal funding is necessitated by diversion or redirection or non-spending of depreciation funding in the past? Is it like a catch-up, such as we've had?
No, that can't be said.
Okay. So a different question, items 7 and 10, we've got an offset of 1.5 million increase to the vacancy allowance, and also a 1.5 million saving in operations and maintenance. Could you explain those, please?
I'll do the vacancy allowance. In an organisation of this size, we always have vacancies, and we fund a position as a fully funded 12-month role. But if we have a vacancy, there will be a savings if someone is not in post for 12 months. And so we make an allowance in the budget for that. And this year we have increased that slightly to reflect what it actually is, which is around $2 million.
And it's also to reflect the fact that the current employment market is it's the lowest unemployment this country's seen for a number of years. So therefore recruitment is becoming more challenging. So therefore there's a greater time lag between when somebody leaves and potentially when somebody starts into that replacement role. And the other savings are, as identified in the Chief's opening report, that we have identified that there is an additional amount of savings that we need to make in order for the surplus to be what it is, and that we would report back in May in terms of how we're going to achieve those savings.
Right, so that's a saving that you're going to establish or going to figure out sometime between now and then.
And the work is well in hand, and as we referenced yesterday, we've identified areas where we think we can make those savings.
Very good, thank you.
Councillor Manivers.
Pardon me, I'm all good, thank you.
All good. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wondered, Mr. Bogey, if you could just confirm that 12B in relation to the elected members' remuneration is determined by the Remuneration Authority.
Correct.
Thank you.
Further questions? There appear to be none. Someone like to move the recommendations? Moved.
Happy to do that.
Councillor Lord, thank you. Is there a second? Seconded, Councillor Staines. Thank you, Councillor. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor Lord?
Well, only in so much as that we've got the report in front of us, and the reality of it is what it is. I don't have any concerns with the budgeted figures, so I can support them.
Can we have them taken separately, please?
Oh, absolutely, we can, Councillor. Any further speakers to the motion? There are none. We will take them separately. I'll take part A. All those in favour? Those against?
Recorded, please.
That is agreed. And part B. All those in favour? And those against? That is agreed. As I indicated earlier in the day, I took advice from staff as to where this the following resolution would best sit, and this seemed to be the spot that it landed. So I've sent through the resolution to staff, and it will appear on the screen now, and I will speak to it in due course.
Happy to second, Your Worship.
Thank you. Councillor Gary will second it. And once that is...
Your Worship, if I might, I had suggested that we add in a time frame so that we have, so we report on it and have, and so I'd suggested that we add in time for the deliberations meeting in May 2022.
I'm entirely comfortable with that. Thank you.
Okay, I just want to have it put in 20. Yeah, thank you.
All good. So we don't need, if we could pull that down, that would be helpful. Thank you, and thanks to staff for the assistance here. I'm sure I'm not the only one looking on at our music and events sector at the moment, and feeling the pain that is felt by them in response to our current COVID-19 protections. It is an industry that is, or has been always throughout this pandemic, the first to be hit and the last to recover. And we have quite rightly traversed the impacts of COVID-19 on tourism and business and retail and hospitality over the course of this meeting. I would argue that this is a sector of our local community and of our local economy that is worse off than all of theirs. While undoubtedly many of those businesses will be hit, there is not a hell of a lot of work on for sound engineers or technicians or artists who rely on gatherings of greater than 100 in order to be able to make a living. And it's quite, we like to talk around the table about the role that government can or could or should play in supporting our community at various times. This is absolutely one of these. The only reason that the sector survived the earlier lockdowns was the availability of the wage subsidy that isn't available to them now. And we have people whose livelihoods have effectively ground to a halt for an indefinite time, potentially for months to come, and that is hard, and there absolutely should be support from government for those workers who are affected. We aren't able to do that in quite the same way, but I do think we have an opportunity and an obligation to think creatively about how we might support our creative communities to rebuild at a time when they are able to. And this isn't a new or novel idea. It's something that has been tried in other jurisdictions, and effectively you're talking about adding $1 or $2 potentially to the ticket price of stadium shows and using that money to support our local music venues in this case. It won't solve the entire breadth of the problem, but it is a solution that we are able to get off the ground, I think, reasonably quickly. Had this been in place in recent years, there would have been millions of dollars generated through ticket sales at Dunedin venues. And I know inevitably when you have these sorts of discussions, and I know it happened on Stewart Island and it happened here in New Zealand more generally, when the talk of a border levy was discussed, or in Stewart Island's case, the proposal was to lift it from $5 to 10 or 15, or I think in New Zealand's case, it was slightly higher than that. And the argument was made that people would stop coming as if spending thousands of dollars on airfares and accommodation and to get to New Zealand would somehow be derailed by having to cough up an extra 20 or 30 bucks to help support our conservation efforts. And, you know, I am the kind of person who spends stupid amounts of money to see bands play in their dotage. Maybe not necessarily the same bands that headline events at the stadium, but when I was coughing up upwards of $100 to see the Pixies play on their reunion tour, an extra $1 or $2 was hardly going to make a difference to that purchasing decision. This is work that can proceed in the time when the industry itself is dormant, to put us in the best position to be able to support them when we come out the other side. It's absolutely doable mechanically. In terms of how this would work in practice. I don't have any fixed view as to how that money would be spent. That is a conversation that would rightly need to be held with the local live music community, with which our staff have strong and ongoing relationships. And I see this as being a way of complementing that work and helping to further support that work. We invest significantly in Forsyth Bar Stadium and the Dunedin Centre as venues, and to the benefit of people who attend concerts and the like at them. And this is a way of making sure that our broader live music ecosystem is a more direct beneficiary of that investment by way of people who are supporting those shows. And speaks to a range of our strategic objectives, obviously through Aratoi most obviously, but wider through our economic development and social well-being objectives, and you know and economic development in its widest sense, in that, you know, having a strong and active and supported creative industry and live music community is absolutely the kinds of things that we need to be supporting if we want people to base their lives here in one of the world's great small cities. So the request is rightly of the holdings company to work with DVML on what this might look like, and I look forward to seeing what would come of that, and then the debate or the discussion subsequently around what to do with that revenue would follow in due course. And I welcome support for it. Councillor Raddick.
There we go. So I support this initiative in general terms, and I think it is very much in line with many of the things that this council does in terms of redistributing funds throughout our community. So I am curious as to how it would start and finish. So on where would the line be drawn in terms of the size of venues, and you know, is that a movable bar, and where will it be distributed to, and how will that be distributed? Who will decide where the money goes? So I think, you know, the devil will be in the detail. So I'm just curious to canvass some of the mayor's ideas on how that would be. Would it be just the stadium? Would it be town hall, Regent? How far do we go? And then similarly, what size of venue? How far, what size will get it? Or will it be artists, or will it be what? Because it could get quite messy, but I think it's good to have a general idea of what you're thinking at this stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gary.
And thank you to Your Worship for moving this motion. And the salient points that you made, there are some things I want to add, and I want to just acknowledge too that the music and event sector has been hurting in particular, and don't have a lot of options. And one of the special things about this city is the arts and culture, and they have been so hard hit, as has been mentioned by a number of folk around the table. And I know we have a very strong arts and culture support amongst our councillors, of which I know that sector is very grateful. So I think this is a very creative and doable initiative. The detail will be interesting, but I think the way that the motion's been set up, it allows for that to be thought through and to involve the sector at a later stage, earlier stage, in fact, once we get down to the detail. In these uncertain times, these kinds of concrete initiatives are hugely helpful, and we shouldn't underestimate the supportive measures from council as signalling to a sector that we are alongside them. And I just reference the work done by staff and council's decision around grants and unspent funds during the first lockdown, and you all recall that, was so gratefully appreciated by the organisations that had already spent some of the funds and their events were cancelled, and they were to carry that over to the next year. And the feedback we had was enormously positive, and it did make a difference to organisations' survival. So I have no doubt that this will signal very clearly to the music and event sector, we're there for you, we're alongside you. We are limited in what we can do, but this sends a very strong signal, and I thank the mover, and I'm very happy to be the seconder.
Thank you. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Yes, I'd like to say thank you to the Mayor. Him and I both did arts papers at the same time, so I knew coming in that the Mayor was an arts advocate, and I really appreciate that, and I thank you, wholeheartedly. And I'm personally, from a personal point of view, think it's great we've got a Mayor that's so supportive of the arts. And had you not put this motion, I would have been putting something. So I think the arts sector can be confident that you and I and other people in this council are very supportive of the arts. And I did have quite a few questions, but I see in there you've got a clause that it needs to be worked out. So I assume we'll have some consultation with the music sector to work out how it would work, but and obviously DVML, because first of all, I assume they're happy to put this extra charge on the tickets and that the touring groups are happy to do it. And my other question I wondered about was how many, in the red light, how many actual events will we have? Because we're going to be, I don't think we can actually even hold many anyway. So it might be a while before this can be actually put into action. However, I love the idea because it's not technically, by the look of that, it won't cost us anything. And it's, as you say, it is a small cost for people who are paying a lot for a ticket. And I'm the same. I will pay a lot to go see theatre, like, when I would have paid anything to see Robert Lepage, and I will again when he comes, if he ever comes here again, or I'll go to France one day or Canada and see him. But, so there is people in the arts sector who love arts will pay for that, and I don't think the $1 or $2 will be an issue. I would like to see the wording slightly changed to not just say venues, because while that's good and everything for the venues, there's still a lot of them, like I'm thinking of something like Dog with Two Tails, or like they still have a business because they've got people going into the cafe, but I know a lot of them are hurting, but they still sell food, whereas a lot of the artists have nowhere to play. So I would like to see part of that as put aside as a fund that I'm not sure how to be administered, but that could be given out to artists in our city that are really hurting. So maybe that's something that could be considered. Thank you once again for putting this forward.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship, and yeah, thank you for putting this motion forward, which I'm sure will be welcomed by all of us around this table, and certainly everybody out there in the music and arts community. And I think, as Councillor Houlihan has pointed out, you are a supporter of the arts, but probably also worth putting on record that some of your music choices are at times rather dubious, but that's a conversation for another day. I like the motion in terms of it means we don't have to get in mechanics now as to who gets what and where it goes. I think that's for a later day. And I think probably close in saying it's just a shame that this comes now, I guess, and wasn't in existence already. In many days it is a buck short and a day late, but hopefully if this goes through, I won't have to say that in the future there's a buck short and a day late. So I'd like to see this getting universal support, and thank you once again for bringing this.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Worship. I do support this in principle, and as often said, the devil's in the details. I note that we have the live music action plan, which is due June the 30th, 2022, and I would like to see this combined somehow. And I note that Councillor Houlihan brought that up about the funding the venues versus, I guess, funding the people. So it would be nice to be able to have a little bit more clarity on how that works as well, rather than just funding the venues, some of which of course are private businesses. So if it can be done in conjunction with the live music action plan, and maybe if the timeline of that could go a little bit faster to come back to the annual plan deliberations, maybe that would be a more elegant solution. But I certainly do support supporting our music sector. We have a strong and proud history of music in Dunedin, and it's a special part of our cultural heritage.
Thank you, Councillor Vandervis.
I'm concerned that redistribution of funds to unspecified groups by taxing event tickets seems to me to be counterproductive. There's always going to be costs of collection, and the only certainty with this motion is that there will be those costs. It's also certain, I suppose, that promoters will dislike it. And having unspecified amounts in this motion, and particularly not specified who are going to be the receivers of this largesse, of this tax, is something that I can't agree to. If I don't know who's going to get these funds, then I can't really make a proper judgment on what value they will have. I think there's also a difficulty in the DCC raising an events tickets tax, which will then subsidise our own venues. And particularly the town hall, already known for their monopolistic practices and very high entry fees, and not known for their efficiency of operation. This to me looks like very much a self-serving idea. And I would want to see a lot more specific detail on how much is intended to be taken from each ticket, what the costs of collection would be through the ticket agencies. They won't do that for free. And who would be the receivers of this largesse? Is it just going to be the well-connected to the DCC? I mean, it's a nice idea, but with so little detail and with a guaranteed downside in terms of the costs of getting it and promoters not liking it, I can't agree with it.
Councillor O'Malley.
I think that's the purpose of requesting the report. That's just my point.
Thanks. Further speakers? Councillor Wiley.
Can we just see the motion up again? Because I'm listening to some of the speakers. I've sort of gone, I'm not sure they're speaking quite to the motion. So I just want to see that again, please.
Yeah, that's fine. you wish to speak to it, Councillor?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
Go for it.
For me, the key wording in this is that council asks DCHL to work with DVML to develop options for a ticket levy. This is not going to say it's going to be put in place. It's not to say how much it's going to be. There's no specifics here. It is to start the conversation. And based on that, I'm more than happy to support starting that conversation and work it from there. Because there are no specifics, I can support this. And I think a lot of the detail will get flushed out at due point. But again, just like many of you have touched on, there is a key issue for our arts and entertainment sector that is deeply affected. And to me, the government has been very deaf to some of that that marketplace. And when I look at the recent petition that Doug Kamo was putting up and looking at the effect it's had on his business. So it's right across the board. But anyway, to stick to what this motion is all about, it's just to ask DCHL to work with DVML to develop options for a ticket levy. There's a lot of work to be done around that, and a lot of the answers will come through those discussions. So thank you.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Briefly in response, and I thank councillors for their support of having the discussion, which is all this is asking for. And Councillor O'Malley was right in his brief remarks. What we want to do here is to ask the people who are charged with understanding and operating within this industry to work up some options as to how we might use our major events as leverage to help fund smaller events. And Councillor Walker's quite right about my musical tastes, which often run to audiences in the dozens, if not necessarily in the thousands at any one time. It's certainly not intended as a money go round to siphon off money from people buying tickets to the shows at the town hall to fund people putting on shows at the town hall. And I put touring productions in the resolution pointedly because I don't want to capture users of our venues such as the Dunedin Symphony Orchestra and others for whom it is already a challenge to meet their operating costs from their live programs. I certainly see this as being complementary to the work being done on the live music action plan that staff are doing with the community, and would like to see as best as possible this integrated into that discussion. I don't have any fixed view as to how this money would be distributed or how much of it would be, and you're quite right, whoever mentioned it, it won't be much in the short term because under the red traffic light system, we're not anticipating crowds of more than 100, but it does buy us the time while we're not holding big events to think about how we might use them to help support a wider recovery and rebuild of our creative community. It's more important in the first instance to nail what the mechanism for collecting it would be, and then we have a slightly more time to think about how that distribution might work. But heartening to see the support around the table, virtual as it is today, for supporting our local creative community and in this fashion, and we'll take the vote by division. Thank you.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson Pope.
Aye.
Councillor Elder.
Aye.
Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan.
Aye.
Councillor Lefiso.
Aye.
Councillor Lord.
Yes.
Councillor O'Malley.
Aye.
Councillor Raddick. Hello?
Aye.
Thanks. Councillor Staines.
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis.
No.
Councillor Walker.
Aye.
Councillor Wiley.
Yes.
Your Worship. Your Worship. Carried 13-1.
Sorry, I didn't realize I was on mute. I'll gesticulate more wildly next time in the affirmative. Thank you. That is agreed. Item 24 is the 22-23 rating method. Mr. Logie and Ms. Allen are present to answer any questions you may have. Sorry, that was very presumptuous of me, Mr. Logie. You're taking this paper as read?
Yes, Your Worship. Probably just remind councillors that this is just the method by which we would collect the rates that are in the draft annual plan budget for 22-23.
Thank you. Councillor Vandervis.
Mr. Logie, I'm just wondering, looking at B, the recommendation for the stadium, why would you use the local government cost index of only 1.4% for this item and not use it for all the other much bigger percentage increases that you've been pushing for the bureaucracy?
So this is consistent with previous years, Councillor. This is the method by which we agree, or Council agreed previously to index the stadium rates.
Yes, I understand that, and I've complained about it in previous years as well. It doesn't answer the obvious disparity between using the local government cost index when it suits you for your own stadium, but not using it anywhere else. Why don't we use the local government cost index for instance, being an aim for our rates rises, for being an aim for a whole lot of other things? Why only for the stadium? The stadium seems by itself always to get the very special treatment.
These recommendations are giving effect to existing council direction.
However, Council,
Council is always free to change that direction, but these recommendations are based on what is currently in the tenure plan and what has been previously agreed by this council.
Thank you.
Councillor O'Malley.
Your Worship, it's really just a question to draw everybody's attention to, really, in targeted rates on page 219. The fixed charge for drainage is 618, and for water is 497, which to my math comes out to 1,115. Now that's, am I correct? That's for those who receive those services, that's on everybody's rates bill, correct?
That's correct, and that's in the order for the Three Waters operating units to have the correct operating surplus.
Yeah, and if you had a $2,200 rates bill, that would mean that would be making up about 50% of your rates, correct?
I'll take your calculators as correct, Councillor.
I just multiply that by 2, but just to give people some perspective. The whole point of that question was really just perspective rather than anything else. And although I do have one question, and that is, does drainage fixed charge, is that including the sewage at 618, or is that just stormwater?
Both.
Sorry for the late question, but in fact, I don't need it right now. We can wait till May.
It's both. It's both.
Yeah, it's both. That's one thing, right? It's included sewage and stormwater. And the 497 is potable drinking water.
It's water supply.
Water you drink.
Water supply, because obviously there's water supplied for commercial purposes that is not.
As well, yeah. Okay. Right. Thank you.
Councillor Reddick.
Yes, it seems like a very small increase compared to what the other two main increases that we're having this year. Now, what is the expected total value that the 1.4% will bring in terms of the community services targeted rate? Is that?
Yeah, 75K.
Page 219 of your agenda, Councillor.
So the community service rate in the current year is 5.8 million, and this will take the community services rate to 5.9 million.
In line with the tenure plan?
Yeah, bearing in mind that rate purely is targeted towards the provision of the Botanic Garden and part of the Parks and Reserves activity.
Yes, so there's $1 million there, and the also, what about the stadium rate? 1.4%.
Again, that's the matter we just discussed when Councillor Vandervis asked the question.
Yeah, the total value though, did he ask there? I didn't hear that. I may have
The
missed it.
general rate is there. It's going from 116 to 118,000. So that's under the general rate category, but they'll pay other rates as well.
Yes. Okay, so why is it not 3%? Because all rates, other rates and charges that we've discussed today are going to have been increased by 3%. So why not 3%?
Again, this is a
decision of council.
Reflects previous decisions of councils to increment the community services rate by the LGA index. I can't recall, but we did talk about that because we did lift it up in the 10-year plan. So it was an item of discussion in the 10-year plan.
Well, it seems completely anomalous when everything else has gone 3%.
Well, just so we're clear, that the overall rates increase is 6.5%. So there is
That's
a
right, but
variety of
fees and
increases.
charges. Fees, this falls in the category of fees and charges, it appears to me. So why wouldn't it be 3% in line with all other? I mean, I do accept that things need to go up every year, and 3%, everything in council costs twice as much and takes twice as long. So 3% is probably a more appropriate figure than 1.4. And 3% has been our fees and charges increase pretty much across the board today. Why wouldn't these fees and charges be 3% as well?
So this is the rating method. What we can do if council wishes is that this is the rating method by which we will present the information for the draft budgets. If council are of the mind, we can look at options for increasing that rate differently. We would just have to refer back to the 10-year plan documentation to make sure that we didn't make a commitment in that 10-year plan in terms of the level of increases applicable to that particular rate.
But this is a rate. I think we need to be clear. It's not a fee and a charge. And the paper is titled rating method. So these are particular rates.
Okay, so but then I'd like to propose an amendment to the recommendation, to the motion, and I'd like a moment to draft that amendment.
Oh, you can. There are other questions. You can work on that while we move on. Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Worship. I just for I guess clarification for us all is understanding how the local government cost index is set. May I ask a question about that? Because we're obviously aware of inflation, and then we've got our fees and charges, and I just want to understand exactly what the local government cost index is, and how many other councillors use it. Sort of like the history, just for a potted lesson, please.
If you will, we'll just get Ms. Allen to join us. So if councillors just bear with, and we will.
And she'll be able to provide the background.
Thank you. It just appears there's some confusion about rating methods versus cost increases.
Correct. Are you there, Carolyn?
Yes, sorry, could we have the question repeated?
Just for clarification, just understanding exactly what the local government cost index is. Obviously, we've got CPIs, we've got inflation rates, etc. And I think there's some challenges around understanding that sitting there on the fees and charges, and then on the method that we're collecting that. So I just want to understand a little bit of history of the local government cost index and how it works. Sorry, that's probably a big question.
So every year, local government commission a report from Burl that looks at cost indices for us to use in our budgeting. And so what they've tried to do is tailor cost increases to local government sector, so it's not as general as CPI, for example. They also give us other metrics, so they'll predict what might be happening in the transport industry and water and waste, but this is a sort of general one that they put together for us for local government purposes.
So this is related directly to the rating method rather than the inflation, etc.
No, it's we're using it in the rating method, and so council can choose to use CPI or the rate increase itself. But historically, the council have used the local government cost index to inflate certain rates, and the community services rate is one of those, and the stadium rates are the other.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions? No. You ready, Councillor Reddick? We can't hear you.
Simple amendment. I just want to, it's the targeted rate and the stadium rate, differential rate, be increased by the same amount as fees and charges have across the board. So that instead of specifying a number for this community services targeted rate and a percentage for the seat differentiated rate for the stadium, that the percentage 3% is used.
Do you have a seconder? Would like to speak to it, Councillor?
Well, yes, I would. In line with standard fees and charges, whilst these may not be perceived as fees and charges, they're very much in line with the fees and charges and are subsidiary to the general rate. And if we're going 3% across the board, it should be even-handed. And whilst the LGA 1.4% local cost, the local government cost index is 1.4%. You know, typically everything in local government costs twice as much as elsewhere. So I think 3% is a reasonable figure for increases year on year to cope with the rate of inflation and so on. And of course, inflation is now increased markedly over the course of this year. So it's appropriate that we keep a consistency across the board in terms of fees and charges increase. And similarly, I'd like to see a corresponding decrease in the general rate, but these targeted rates, I think, should be increased by 3%.
Further speakers? Councillor Lofisel.
Tēnā Your Worship, I won't be supporting this motion. As I've said, staff have consistently delivered on what we asked them to do. They've done this, and I just don't think we should be in the middle of all this mahi that we're doing over the last day and the next 2 days maybe. We should not be changing the rules and our approach. And I do take exception to Councillor Raddick's comment. I don't know if it's a swipe at us and the staff by saying that it costs twice as much and takes twice as long to do. And I just don't think that's very respectful of the staff. Thank you.
Councillor Vandervis.
Councillor Fiso has said that we should not be changing the rules, and I agree with her. The rule as regards fees has been fairly consistent throughout, and that is 3%, as Councillor Raddick has pointed out. To have a special rule for the stadium and only invoke the local government cost index for that, and for the community targeted rate, which is also in a special category, it's simply having different rules for different folks, which is inconsistent. And I think that Councillor Raddick's proposal would make it much more consistent and would not be a changing of the rules, as Councillor Fiso claims, but would be making the rules much more even and applying consistently across the board. They're quite happy to not just second, but vote for this change.
Councillor Houlihan. Oh, sorry, Councillor O'Malley and then Councillor Houlihan.
Your Worship, I took my hand down, but I'll put it back up again. I would ask the mover and the seconder to look down the full length of this table. Some of these targeted rates have moved, you know, I asked the Three Waters question because in fact the Three Waters targeted rates have gone up 6.5% because of the extra capital spend we're putting into that area and the extra operating budget that we had to meet the new water standards. If you live in Allenton and you're getting your special targeted rate for, I think was actually old Three Waters work back there, it's not gone up at all. It's saying the same. Each of these targeted rates have been looked at and calculated separately and on their own merits. And now to just shove a 3%, I think, because this sounds right on top of it. Firstly, I think we might even be going backwards on agreements we probably made with the stadium, although I wasn't around at the time for those agreements. And I'm pretty sure with the community targeted rates, community service target rate, we've already had this discussion. So I definitely will not be voting for this.
Thank you. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Yes. We are currently in a situation where inflation is 5.9%. It hasn't been that high in years. Yesterday, I wake up to morning report every day, but I woke up to morning reports saying, you know, all retailers and supermarkets, mainly food producers, so supermarkets in general, are looking at a 7% increase across the board pretty much because all their costs have gone up. So of course it's going to lay that our costs are going up too. But what it means for everyday people is that all their costs are going up too. Everybody's hurting and it's a vicious cycle. And this morning while I was on the Zoom, I got a call and I quickly answered it. I said, look, I'm in a meeting. And it was a person from Mosgiel who I didn't know from a bar of soap. And they asked if I was the councillor representing Mosgiel. And he said, I'm a pensioner and I cannot afford a rate increase. And he said, we can't go away on holiday. We're stuck here. He said, it's terrible. You've got to stop them. We can't afford it. And I said, well, last time I actually didn't vote for the 9.8%. You know, I'm not sure. I don't think I can support this motion though, because it's too confusing. I'm not really sure what on earth we're doing here, but I appreciate that Councillor Raddick is trying to make a difference with having things perhaps a bit, well, I'm not sure whether that will mean it's more expensive with the 3% and then the 6.5. So I would like to know more information about that before I voted on that. I don't feel I've got enough information to vote on that. Thank you.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. To me, it's unbelievable we're actually having this conversation at this point. Extraordinary and slightly embarrassing. I mean, as Councillor O'Malley states, look through the tables we've looked at yesterday and today. We get a range from 0% to 700%. The Burlesfest number in our paper of 1.4% to establish the local government cost index emanates from absolute experts in their field. So randomly picking a number on the hoof because it looks good is extraordinary and ridiculous. I'll leave the financial decisions that I make around this table to the experts in the field. Thank you.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. I wasn't going to speak, but I feel moved, and I'm sure that Councillor Houlihan would have mentioned to the ratepayer, reminded them of the rates rebate scheme in passing. But we asked the staff to do a job, and they have done so. And I think the clue is in the title, as the Chief said. We're looking at a rating method. I will not be supporting this motion. I too think it's ridiculous that we're having this conversation, given the decisions we made in the long-term plan. This is not wise to be doing this on the hoof.
Thank you. Well, I can't support the amendment for a couple of reasons, really. The argument has been made that the community services targeted rate is more aligned with our fees and charges than it is with our rating system, which is effectively an argument that we should be funding the Botanic Garden more like the landfill than we do the libraries. And I think that is patently absurd. Councillor Walker's called it extraordinary. Councillor Houlihan said she's not really sure what we're doing here. And I think that is probably a universally held view. And I would challenge the mover in their right of reply to be able to talk us through what the implications are actually of picking out two numbers at random from the rating method, changing them, and having an understanding of what the implications are for every other number on that table, because that is how our rating system works. And it is slightly embarrassing to have to explain this again, but we strike a rate. This is the amount of money we need to keep our services running over the course of the year. And then we have a range of methods with which to fund that through fees and charges, through targeted rates, and through the general rate apportioned across the city by way of capital value and differentials and others. And I don't think anyone here would be able to fulfill their obligations under the Local Government Act by voting in support of an amendment that none of us, if we're honest, understand the implications of. It is a ridiculous way to go.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Vanivers.
Your Worship, I understand perfectly what is going on here. The fact that Councillor Houlihan claims not to is her business, but it's absolutely clear to me what has been proposed. It's quite clear to me what the results will be. And for you to suggest that everyone here doesn't have a clue about what has been proposed is quite frankly defamatory. I'd ask you to retract that statement.
Councillor Vanivers, I'd ask for you to talk us through the implications of changing these two numbers on the rest of the rating method.
It's not for me to take you through the implications. The implications clearly are that the stadium would pay more rates, which it obviously needs to do because it is paying far less rates than any other commercial ratepayer in the city. Other commercial ratepayers are currently subsidising the stadium, and by raising it from 1.4 to 3%, the stadium would begin to pay more of its due share of the services that we supply to the stadium. That's just one thing that would happen. If you don't understand that, then obviously it's going to be impossible for me to go through the other implications of the targeted rate as well. But it's quite clear to me what Councillor Raddick has proposed, 3% instead of 1.4. It's quite clear to me that it's much more consistent, and it's quite clear to me that it's also much fairer, and that we're not going to continue to treat the stadium as some particularly beneficial item that needs to have this specially low targeted low rate applied to it. And I would remind you also that the reason that it's now a stadium with more than 10,000 people attending is because I actually pointed out that the previous attempt at doing this for the stadium would also have included the ice stadium and various other stadiums around. So there've been a number of attempts by council to simply subsidise the stadium in yet another way. What Councillor Raddick is proposing is that we don't subsidise it to quite the same extent and we do it more fairly. I could continue if you like regarding targeted rates.
We'll spare us all. You're working your way individually through the speeches, Councillor, but I will move that we adjourn the meeting. Seconded Councillor Walker, thank you. All those in favour? Those against? That's agreed.
I'd like my
Thank you. Just to reiterate for everyone's clarification, there was a point of order against the Mayor. And I would just encourage colleagues that if you are taking a point of order to first of all be very clear about who it's against, and also to be very clear about what the point of order is in terms of the standing orders. So it's 25.2b, which is disrespectful, I believe. And I did review what His Worship said, which was around him believing that none of us, he didn't think that anyone could accurately say what the implications, and I presume from that in dollars and cents, of what was being proposed in this motion. And he did add that it was ridiculous. Councillor Vandervis clearly has an understanding of the rating method at a high level, but I'm not going to uphold the point of order because I think the two of you were talking about different things. Probably not helpful to use the word ridiculous, but that was what was used. So I'm not upholding the point of order, and just reminding colleagues that that is a final decision, and I'll hand the meeting back to His Worship.
Thank you. That's probably the end of my remarks and speaking to the motion. Are there further speakers? I just remind people that it isn't an amendment and that there hadn't been a motion put to amend at this stage, but it has been taken as the substantive motion with the amendment included. Are there further speakers to it? Councillor Houlihan, you've already spoken. Any other speakers? There appear to be none. Councillor Raddick, your right of reply.
Yes, well, I take issue with various of the speakers that claim it to be both ridiculous and inappropriate. I mean, the whole point of this meeting is to discuss the budget and the rating percentages and costings and various rates, fees and charges that we are setting for the coming year. So if this is not the appropriate forum, I don't see where it is. It may have stemmed from a long-term plan, so have other fees and charges and rating methods and percentages. And those rating methods and percentages have changed. And not all fees and charges have been levied at the exact same rate. There has been a consistency across the board at 3%. Hence, to maintain that consistency, I think that these should be at 3% and keep it in line with that percentage across the board. So the motion that we're called on to approve should be amended accordingly.
Thank you, Councillor. I've asked staff to pull up the recommendation with the amendment proposed, so that people are clear what they are voting on. The rating method in its entirety, with the amendment included in it. So it'd be approves the current rating method with the following alterations.
Your Worship, can I just have a moment with staff to check that we've got this right?
You sure can. Would you like me to adjourn the meeting?
I would, Your Worship, just to check exactly what's been written, because it's important.
That's fine. I'll move that we adjourn the meeting for that purpose. Seconded, Councillor Walker. Thank you. All those in favour? Those against? That's agreed. Thank you. So we now have the amendment in front of us. The debate has been had. We'll take the vote by division.
I think they asked, councillors have asked for it in parts as well, Your Worship.
That's fine.
I'm fine to do the whole thing.
Who would anyone like to have it taken in parts? And if so, which parts?
No, altogether. Altogether, and did you hear me foreshadowing that I'll move the original when this fails?
Yeah, that's fine. We'll take the vote by division. Thank you.
Councillor Barker,
No.
Councillor Vincent Pope,
No.
Councillor Elder,
No.
Councillor Gary,
No.
Councillor Houlihan,
No.
Councillor Lefiso,
No.
Councillor Lord. Councillor Lord is not here.
You're on mute, councillor.
Yeah, no, I couldn't unmute myself in the space, but I'm a no.
Councillor O'Malley,
No.
Councillor Raddick,
Yes.
Councillor Staines,
No.
Councillor Vandervis,
Yes.
Councillor Walker,
No.
Councillor Wiley.
No.
Your Worship,
No.
motion is lost 12-2, or 2-12, sorry.
Thank you. Councillor Benson Pope has indicated he will move the recommendations per the order paper. Is there a seconder? Seconded, Councillor Lawfisor. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor Benson Pope?
Not necessary.
There appear to be no speakers. I'll put the vote. All those in favour?
Aye.
Those against?
Can you put the motion up, please? Can you put the motion up so we know what we're voting on?
What's on your papers?
It's on page 214 of your papers. Should be anyway. So, sorry, I'll take the vote again. All those in favour? Those against?
Recorded, please.
That's agreed. Thank you. Item.
Yeah, recorded, please, against recorded.
What?
Councillor Houlihan, so you're voting against both motions. That's fine. Item 25, assistance to ratepayers on limited or fixed incomes, page 223. Mr. Logie and Ms. Bodecker.
Happy to take a read, Your Worship. Probably something that we haven't articulated in the paper is that obviously on a day-to-day basis, we do actually interact with ratepayers in regards to paying their rates. So certainly I have staff members that work with ratepayers in terms of options around spreading the rates burden. So that's probably something that is not clearly articulated. Happy to take questions.
Thank you. We have questions from Councillor Gary and then Councillor Lord.
Thank you, Worship. So I was expecting in this report to see what we might do going forward, and it seemed to me this was telling us what we're already doing, although I certainly learned some things. I have to admit that I wasn't aware of the postponement possibilities, but I mean, we've just had an example of the rates rebate perhaps not being well known, people jumping to the conclusion that there is no assistance for them if they have trouble paying their rates, as referenced by Councillor Houlihan in the phone call she had today. And it did say in number 7, I just wondered, in terms of a question, it said staff could investigate ways to increase the level of publicity. I was kind of expecting that to be seen in here. Are there any thoughts about what that might be, what that might look like? That's really my question.
So, in answer to your question, Councillor, we do a degree of publicity now. So when the rate accounts go out, the first rate account goes out each year, we do actually forward through a rates rebate application form if it's available, or we do put a notice in the rate accounts, particularly for those people that have claimed previously. It's more around, we could look at, is there other ways? Maybe there's a group we're not getting to. We certainly do work with the retirement villages because the way their rates rebate works is that in general, the retirement village pays the rates. So therefore the rate rebate didn't work previously for people in retirement villages, but we are now working with them. There is a mechanism that the government has allowed so that we can provide the rebate back through to those people. So maybe it's just about just reaching out more to maybe some of the community organisations just to create that awareness.
Do we go through the likes of Grey Power?
Yeah, we do. We work, we work with most organisations, but maybe I just need to work with the staff, particularly the CSA staff, as well as my own rates staff, to see if there's other ways that we can reach out to people.
Sure. Can I just clarify with you something you said? You talked about sending applications out. Was that just to those who claimed before, because people have changes of circumstances, and particularly through the pandemic? Or did I understand you incorrectly? Did I misunderstand?
Generally, we send it out to those that have had one before.
Right.
Just because it's challenging. If we sent out 55,000, I might end up with 48,000 people applying for it, and clearly that's not applicable.
So what about FYI? Do we use that? Does it appear in there? I can't remember having seen it. I'm sure it has been, but just
yes.
Can you do that? Yeah.
Yes, it does. But again, maybe it's that we need to do it a little bit more. Have a couple of reminders during the rating year, particularly as we get towards the end of the rating year. I know we do it relatively late in the year, but maybe we just need to have a couple of reminders.
Okay, thank you for the answers, Mr. Logan.
Councillor Lord.
Thank you, Worship. Yeah, Gavin, are there staff at council that actually ring elderly people and talk about this? Because I was talking to a lady when we had the annual plan last year at the library, and she told me she'd had a ring from a council staff member who had explained to her and send out the forms and helped her fill out the forms. And I'm just not sure, was that a official thing or was that unofficial? But she was delighted with the service, but I wondered if that was the norm.
Level of detail, councillor, that I don't engage in, but it sounds like we do reach out when we know people, particularly if we've seen them before, and then wonder why they're not claiming it this year. But again, the numbers are quite large, so it's a matter of what's the mass way that we can contact people or make people aware of the scheme. But certainly, obviously, somebody had elected to do that, so that's good.
Yeah, well, that particular lady was most appreciative of it, but I did note that Anna this morning in the property said that there was nothing like that when it was asked of her a similar question. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, one of the challenges is that not every person in our community is a ratepayer directly. So there's a group of people in the community where these schemes don't apply.
Yes, true.
Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Worship. I guess when I moved this, I was actually thinking sort of what Councillor Gary said, which was that we would be exploring other things that we could do other than effectively what we could more or less find on the website. Is there anything that prohibits councils from coming up with methods for, because I did this in response to Joe Miller's presentation from Grey Power at the time, and you know, I think we're all hearing back from different people about different levels of stress and ability to pay, and it was in the context of having to balance that along with our own need to increase our own funding. Is there any mechanisms that we can do in terms of things like lien on houses as an alternatives to direct payment so people can stay in their house. I guess I was looking for something a little more fulsome than what is already here, but rather than, is there any appetite for actually trying to design something specific that might be coming out of grey power or age concern suggestions?
So we looked at a number of councils and everybody's offering very similar types of tools. The postponement is one that some councillors push aggressively. The challenge with that, as you'll be aware, that financial lending institutions are having to comply with a whole level of interrogation in terms of people borrowing money under the current legislation that came into place in December. So again, if council were of the mind to extend the postponement policy to make it more open, that would involve a level of financial expertise to provide that financial advice and also some legal advice on how we would deliver that in a way that's legislatively compliant. And as you'll be aware, that some of the questions that have to get asked nowadays are relatively intrusive in terms of people's personal circumstances.
Yes, and I am aware of the fact that we would effectively be acting as a lending institution if we were doing that. But I guess my question is, have we explored that with the people who have brought us the case, the concerns about being able to stay in their house and being able to pay the rates? And have we even analysed whether or not those concerns are real or not? I mean, people go, oh, I can't afford to pay that, and you find out lots of money over here. Or they actually genuinely can't afford to pay it, and they may have to leave their house. And I'm not sure. So have we? I guess what I'm asking really is, can we continue this work after this report? Because I feel.
Yep. So we can have a chat to Age Concern, some of those bodies that represent the demographic that we're talking about, to see if there's anything we can do. Certainly, we don't see a large issue with people not being able to pay rates. It's more around encouraging people to pay more often. So little and often is always easier. So we have probably a very wide-ranging direct debit scheme, which effectively you can do weekly, fortnightly, monthly, or by instalment, which helps spread the load of the rates burden. And we do it every day. So effectively, anybody, they can choose a day of the week that suits them and all those sorts of things. And we have a fairly high uptake in our direct debits, which we find then sort of lessens that sort of one-off. One of the challenges is the community that we're talking about likes to pay things quarterly because they think that's when it's due, not understanding that then you've got to come up with a rather large chunk of money. So my staff will work with these people around encouraging them to go in the direct debit option, and B, doing it more frequent so that actually the burden's a lot less. But certainly we can progress discussions. We can never talk to Age Concern and see if there's anything that they would suggest we could do to help the burden, other than, I mean, obviously the rate increases are what council agrees on an annual basis.
But I think and it's been raised by a councillor, the paragraph that we could investigate ways to increase awareness of the scheme is something that we should look at, because
government scheme, yeah.
of the government scheme as well, and how we might be able to provide that advice in an integrated way with some of the work Ms. Austin's doing, for example, with the call centre and how we are engaging with ratepayers. So I think there is certainly some more work that can be done that might just help provide better visibility and knowledge of what things are actually available.
Thank you. I'll address everything else in my speech. Thanks.
Councillor Vanivers.
Pardon me, I had inappropriately put my hand up.
It's quite all right. Councillor Gary.
How long ago was it that, because this is, we basically administer this for internal affairs, and a lot of people in the community don't understand it, and I get that, that's fine. But have we done any advocacy, I vaguely remember us discussing this, to central government around an increasing in the rates rebates scheme? How long is it since there's been any kind of change in it, Mr. Logie?
So it does change on an annual basis in terms of the thresholds and the amount available. The other thing that the sector did engage with, as well as the retirement village sector, was around that group of individuals that were paying rates but weren't getting the benefit of the rates rebate scheme because of the way they paid. So that's been something that the government has introduced in recent years, is so that retirement villages can claim it, but they just have to do it through a slightly different mechanism.
Yeah.
So
I was aware of that change. I just wondered if there have been any changes with internal affairs in terms of the what, but you've answered my question. Thank you so much.
There are no further questions. Would someone like to move the recommendation that the report be noted? Moved by Councillor O'Malley, seconded by Councillor Gary. Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Worship. I just want to thank staff for what they've done to date. And I think you can get from the questions that the few councillors who asked is that we'd just like to keep moving this along a little bit further. And it's really addressing what I would consider to be the two competing issues that you face every year with the rates, and that is funding the city correctly and having to use home ownership as the method by which you fund it. And people will find as they get older, circumstances will put them in a limited, these are not the only people, but generally, well, probably 90% of the people we're talking about are those who've got older, who are now on a fixed income. And whether it's perceived or real is something we still also need to get to the bottom of. I think the older you get, well, $1 bought you a lot more years ago than it buys you now. So some of these numbers seem a bit more frightening. But the other side of it is they also may be the very edge of what you can and can't afford. And it may come down to whether you can eat or not, or keep your house or not. And I do think that some of the options that Mr. Logie's pointed out, like weekly payment, I know I turned mine over to weekly payment not just a few months ago, and it is so much easier, would help. But I think it's still a not yet fully addressed issue. So I just like us to keep working on it.
Thank you, Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you to staff for preparing the report, and I certainly found I learnt a lot from it. But there is more to do on this. And I just make the point that a few annual plans ago, or possibly it was a long-term plan ago, not the last one, but one before, I took the initiative to ask the question of a number of people coming in to speak at the hearings if they were aware of the rates rebate, and wasn't surprised to find that many of them weren't, and that's been my experience in the community. However, I know that when staff have been alerted to somebody really struggling to understand their rates bill, and I had an instance of this recently, late last year, with somebody who I didn't know calling me, the staff do an outstanding job and show great empathy and compassion. So absolutely no issues there. But it's never been more important than in the middle of a global pandemic when there's so much uncertainty. And I think for our elderly folk particularly, and we will have all experienced this with elderly relatives, that there's that level of anxiety as people get older and worry about having enough money for retirement or retirement home or their old age, or for whatever it might be to maintain their home. And that level of anxiety seems to increase. And so that reaction that Councillor Houlihan got today around the potential for us raising the rates, that immediate thing, I can't afford it, and we will get that. And so it's never been more important that we, alongside in May, any decisions we might make around rates rises, that we alongside that remind people of this, and that it's communicated really effectively. So I do think there's a bit more work we can do, and I sense the willingness of staff to do it, and I acknowledge the work that's happened to date on that. But I do think that we have a bit more work to do, and I thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor Elder.
I want to thank Jim and Aaron for bringing this to this annual plan meeting, because indeed, when we make decisions about rates increases, that directly affects our people on fixed incomes, and that ability for them to understand that there is rates rebates or rates postponements available is really, really important, and that awareness in the community that it's there is really good. I just have had a direct experience of this. My mother has a dog and it's getting old and it had to go to the vet, and it costs a lot of money, and you know, that's affected how she can afford, one, to maintain her property, and two, to pay her rates. And one of the mechanisms we as a family were talking with her about is indeed that very rates postponement, because of the effects of something, a big bill coming along unexpectedly, and to be able to do a rates postponement instead of doing a reverse mortgage, which is compound interest, is a far more affordable option in the long term for a lot of these people. So I'm really grateful this has come up, and I really support more conversations about how we can support those who, for some reason or other, are in a situation where they cannot afford to pay the rates.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Yes, I agree. I think we certainly need to highlight the fact that there is opportunity for rates rebates if they qualify. It is a catch-22 because we need to keep the city running, and that costs money. So, however, last year's rates were 9.8%, and that's the first year of the 10-year plan. I didn't vote for that. I voted against it because I felt it was unsustainable and too high. I have read stories in the past where certainly councils, and I think this one, but of course the minute I go back to my recollection I may be wrong, but is that 5% has always been talked about if we could try not to go any higher than 5%. But of course we're pushing it too because all the costs are higher. As I mentioned before, inflation's 5.9%. The cost of living is going through the roof though for people. So of course where we've got increased costs, so do others. And certainly the pensioner who rang me this morning was quite distraught, but I know he's not the only one. There's a lot of people. So I won't be voting for any rate increase this year. I'll just let you all know that now, which I think you're already aware of that. But I just want to go over that. What was discussed earlier is that when it was mentioned for a 3% increase on the targeted rate for the stadium, and Councillor Vandervis said the stadium will pay. It's not, I mean, it's not the stadium that pays, it's the residents and the ratepayers that pay. I get so many complaints about that extra targeted rate for the stadium, you would not believe. So that's going to increase that amount. So I don't think people understood that. But anyway, maybe I haven't understood it correctly. But at the end of the day, I think people have already paid last year 9.8%, which equates almost to 5% last year and 5% this year, if we looked at it that way. And I just think we have to take some responsibility to have more sensible spending. There are things that we can cut back on. I mean, I must say, and someone mentioned it before, and one of the councillors said it sounded offensive, but I have to agree. Some of the quotes we get for reports that we end up paying for reports and also for contracts seem to be way more than the private sector would ever accept. I mean, I really do think there's areas where we can, you know.
Councillor, I would urge you to come back to the paper that we are discussing.
Yes, and so I'll come back to the paper we're discussing and say that I think it is great that we're letting people know there is the opportunity to apply for a rates rebate if they qualify for it. But just to acknowledge that I know there's a lot of pain in their community. We're all aware of it. It's nothing, you know, nothing that we don't know. So I think anywhere we can is try and help in any way possible. And look, if we weren't in COVID, I would say just, you know, I would approve the rates at 6.5 because we've got to keep going. But this is extraordinary times. We're going to have businesses. I don't like to be a doomsayer, but I think right now, the next 2 years, businesses could be collapsing. And there's a lot of people who can't afford anything. You know, they've lost jobs. They're in very difficult positions. So I think right now we need to be thinking more cautiously. But as I said, in 2 or 3 years, maybe 4 years time, I think we're going to see a boom and things will be much better. So it won't stay like this forever, but right now things are tough for many. Thank you. And I can't find my mute button. Oh, there.
I can help you out there. Councillor Raddick.
Yes, it's interesting that we have this paper right at the end of the meeting. I think it'd be helpful for future meetings to have the reminder of the fact that many people cannot afford their rates, but they are able to apply for assistance to help them. But I think there's an ever increasing number of people that will find themselves in that category. And fortunately, there is some assistance available. And I think it's certainly to be a reminder that we have a duty of care to be careful and considerate when setting rates, and also that we be consistent.
Councillor O'Malley, your right of reply.
Really not much to reply to, just and stay on the item. So I just would like to thank everybody for I think what is a fairly common agreement that those on fixed incomes are facing, it's a big bill every year that they don't have the same emotional attachment to as to others. And therefore, I think it feels harder as well. So we do have to address it somewhere or another, because we're in this situation of we can't use that as the reason for not funding the city properly. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll put the motion. All those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? That is agreed. Item 26, proposed event road closures.
Happy to move both recommendations, Your Worship.
Thank you.
Happy to second.
Just a point to make there, Your Worship. Since the paper was published, the basketball tournament has been postponed or cancelled. So the recommendation will just be for item 2, the motorsport hill climb, which is still progressing.
Thank you, and I'm sure that is fine to both the mover and seconded to be amended in that way. Are there any questions? No. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor Benson Pope?
No.
Are there speakers? I'll put the motion. All those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? That is agreed. Now I will move to the order paper that Council exclude the public from the following part of the proceedings of this meeting for the reasons outlined in the agenda. Seconded, Councillor Gary. All those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? That is agreed.